All right, hello. Welcome into Storytime Saturday, rather. I'm LJ Bray, my pronouns are they, them, and we are going back into the world of campus notes. It now seems that we've done it 3 times now. We've done 3 routes, and each time we've romanced a different girl. I think that there are only 3 girls to romance. So, if we play our cards right this time around, I'm hoping we're going to unlock the true ending. And hopefully it doesn't give us just tons more pseudo-science. I don't know why I'm hoping that. It seems like a foolish thing to hope. But the pseudo-science last time was just so heavy that I really started to lose my mind towards the end of it. I rewatched the VOD and stuff to get ready to try and remember what was going on for today's stream. And it just kind of washed over me, even rewatching it. None of it stuck. It was just utter gibberish. I think the thing that really stuck out for me was the fact that one Gray girl seems to think that the Earth only began to move when we invented telescopes, and 2, she believes that the future is blue, like literally blue. So, you know, that kind of gives you some kind of hint as to how much this will melt your brain. Anyway, let's get over to the game and get started with all this. And Molly, how you doing today? How's your week been? How's your Saturday going? Has it even started yet for you? I guess it was pretty early on in the day. But at least how did your Friday go? And you got anything planned for this weekend? Prologue. This is it. My goal. Starting with a performance from the orchestra, followed by greetings from the president, then a speech. It's 8 a.m. in Sweden. No plans. All right. Sounds good. So, let's skip through this. Nope, that's not the right button. Like the autoplay. What are the commands again? We don't want autoplay, we want skip mode, F. So we meet Fuma and then our sister. Go to the future. Here we go. Oh. I really thought that this would be the choice that changed. What? 3 times now we've done this, and these have always been blanked out. I thought that maybe this time around they wouldn't be... Okay. So we've got... I'm assuming that means we've got more than 1 route to go before we reach the end. We're going to unlock something this time around. But it's not going to be the last time around. Interesting. And then we meet the girls here. Things are strange. And then eventually we meet a robot girl who sends us back in time. No, it doesn't send us back in time. Yeah, this robot girl. Idiopathic mass amnesia. Where everybody forgets us every day. At least in the campus area. And that's how we get lumped in with these girls. They're those 3 girls, and me and Fuma, are the only ones suffering from idiopathic mass amnesia. Or rather, everyone else is suffering it, and we're the only ones who are normal. Okay, we've done all 3 of these options now. It didn't seem to have much bearing as to which girl we romanced. I'm wondering if the order of the romancing the girls was specific. Like, we had to romance Kayan first, then Togi, then Shion. That's who these girls are. This is, in the middle here, we've got, Kayan, or, Boob Belt. Over here, we've got Togi, or Pointy Tooth. She is a sexually transmitted genetic vampire. And, over here, we've got Shion, who we call either Beret or Fupa Sweater. So what do we want to do? They're asking us what we want to do about IMA. Kayan wanted to go home and think about it. Shion wanted to try and change the situation. And Togi wanted to do nothing. I guess we'll go back to our very first choice, which was to go home once and think about it. The fact it's skipping through all this stuff means it's all dialogue we've seen before, so don't worry about the fact we're missing it stuff. If you watched the VODs or got it all last time. Here we meet Blonde Girl. She's interesting in that she leaves her phone here, but she seems to be with a robot girl who is who I believe personally to be the person who caused idiopathic math amnesia in the first place. So she's clearly like involved on some level. Anyway, they get into a crash with us. Robot girl goes flying and lands here. She's the one who creates this big crack in the pavement. Then they run off. But Blonde Girl leaves her phone behind. And then we have to decide what to do with it. We did all three of these options. And every time what happened? Every time we ended up carrying the phone around with us for a week. Then we meet Blonde Girl and return the phone a week later. But Blonde Girl still remembers us. She doesn't suffer from idiopathic mass amnesia like everyone else does. She seems to remember us. Then she asked us to join a band, which we turned down because we're busy. Busy trying to solve idiopathic mass amnesia. But then the next time we see her, she has forgotten us. It's never quite clarified what the deal is with all of that. Let's try calling someone from its history again. Okay, and then we end up bringing it with us. Shion. Shion's this one. So you just brought it here with you? Yeah. Oh, look at the skull on it. Look how the front of its forehead protrudes a little. It must have been one intelligent thing in its previous life. That's Togi. That's how she talks. Like Maximilian Pegasus. It's a plastic toy. It doesn't have a previous life. Stop trampling on my dreams. I really want this skull. Togi-san toyed with the skull accessory. Don't steal it. That's Fuma. He's the guy we met at the beginning. I'm not going to steal it. How rude. So, Fuma-kun, any update on the apps? Okay, we have these mysterious apps on our phone, and eventually we're going to find out that these, at least one of these apps, reveals people who are suffering from idiopathic mass amnesia, like the normal people. So not us, but like, for some reason we don't appear on this app, but everyone else does. And we can see where they enter and exit, like an area around the campus where idiopathic mass amnesia seems to be in place. So eventually we're going to end up walking around the outline of that kind of area just to scope out the full extent of idiopathic mass amnesia. Idiopathic mass amnesia. It might be something that could help us get out of this situation, you know? Who knows? It could be the answer to everything. I see. What do you mean, I see, Togi-chan-san? Are you saying it's a new similarity? So far, the only similarities we have with one another is that we're stuck in IMA, and that we're all taking science-related subjects. I don't even know if it has anything to do with IMA, but it might provide us with something which could propel us forward. Ooh, this responsibility. Yeah, do your best, Fuma. You're gonna help me too. Here. What's this? Today's homework. I also put in your slip for attendance. You didn't have to do that. Maybe you're okay with it, but I won't have you flunking this year. We're going to get things back to normal, right? It won't be so cool if things get back to normal and you fail this year, don't you think? Fuma shrugged. It's fine if you don't want to attend class. I'll just take notes for you. How about that? You fix the apps, I take the notes. Fair deal? Yeah, fair deal. Let's do this. We high-fived. Hey, Shion-chan, Kien-chan.
No. No!
No sense of charity. Do they all take the same classes, or what? I know that Boomer and us do, I think. I think we all take the same classes. But, I don't know if the girls all do. I'm now wondering if we're going to get a chance to join this band now. Maybe that's going to be what's different this time around. Another week passed. There I was, standing on the same slope, in the same spot where I bumped into the blonde girl. I heard someone ringing a bicycle bell and turned to see Kozuki-san making her way toward me.
Hey there, Kiryu-kun. It's been a long day, hasn't it?
A friendly greeting warmed me, and I found myself smiling back. You too, Kozuki-san. Otsukare-sama. Don't know what that is?
Thanks, Otsukare-sama. That's such a strange greeting. It shows empathy for someone you assume has had a long, tiring day. But are we really tired? The underlying meaning is, you must be tired. Please rest well, isn't it?
Otsukare-sama?
Otsukare-sama. Otsukare-sama.
Otsukare-sama. Please stop saying Otsukare-sama. I don't even know if I'm saying that right.
What if the person wasn't tired at all? Personally, hearing someone tell me I'm tired makes me feel like I might be, even when I'm not. Hang on. Let me move about a bit. Excuse me for a second. Sorry, just had to reposition the mic a bit. There we go. People telling each other you must be tired, causing a false sense of satisfaction over doing nothing at all, and feeling drained believing they did something. Think about it.
What is this conversation, Shion? Why are you wasting my life? Sorry.
Oh no, I didn't mean to imply you said something wrong. It's just that I don't have anyone else that says Otsukare-sama to me anymore. So, since it's been a while since I heard it, it sort of raised the question now that I can think about it objectively. Haven't you changed the way you see things too, Kiryu-kun? Ever since IMA started?
Yeah.
So, well, I guess you understand where I'm coming from then. I never meant to make a friend feel uncomfortable. Anyway, what are you doing here, Kiryu-kun?
I'm waiting for someone.
On a slope?
I met her here last week, so she might be here this week. I don't know anything else about her. She's probably forgotten about me, so I'll have to find her. Kozuki-san chuckled.
You're funny, Kiryu-kun. You know that? How should I put this? You're pure-hearted, or should I say inefficient? Or should I say a bit clumsy in your ways?
You were putting me down for the most part.
I love the way you look so obviously depressed, too.
Love?
And you easily get worked up when you're teased, too.
Please, stop already. I suddenly felt tired and dropped my shoulders.
I guess it's appropriate for me to say Otsukare-sama.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey. You know the story about Momotaru? Where the old woman washes her clothes downstream and finds a peach? I bet you she would have found the peach even if she did her washing upstream.
What? Okay. Momotaru, for those uninitiated, is Japanese folklore about, like the Inchai Samurai, I believe. It's like the Japanese version of Thumbelina. And for some reason they find a tiny boy inside a peach, if I recall correctly. Okay. Where is this conversation leading to?
The owner of that phone. She came from uphill, right? You could wait for her somewhere more comfortable up there, you know?
Is standing on a slope really that difficult for people that it would be uncomfortable to wait on a slope? I mean, I guess it could be for some people, but Kiryu-kun's a healthy young man.
Well, Good luck, Kirya-kun. I'll be watching you from my grave.
Kozuki-san, you're still alive.
You're quite right. Well then. Kirya-kun, I'll leave you to your doom.
That's not better.
I was taught to discard my friends if they were potential trouble.
Who told you that?
Mayazumi-san's advice doesn't work.
You shouldn't listen to what that says. Mayazumi is Togi. That boy? That, huh? Boy, you hurt me. Whoa. I'll remember that, and someday you'll regret you said it. You're really good at being stealthy, Togi-san. It's like you live in the shadows. Totally opposite of someone I know.
Hey! Everyone, what are you guys doing here?
That someone I know ran towards us, clicking her heels on the floor. Every time she took a step, her, assets bounced, drawing attention from her surroundings. She probably did it unwittingly, and that was lethal. Anime. Why did we have to mention her assets and how they bounce? Totally unnecessary.
Vulcan's been messaging me, saying he's already there. Looks like he has some news for us. Come on, let's go. Hurry, let's see what he has to say. Kirya-kun's a bit busy now. Oh. He's got a date with a blonde beauty. Ooh.
What? Boy, you've got me and you're drooling over someone else? I've got you? Since when? Oh, so cold. You've been poisoned by the pheromones of some random blonde beauty, huh? How sad. I suppose you don't need some fragile, delicate beauty like me.
Don't you mean weird, overbearing beauty?
Well, at least you called me a beauty. And it's you, Kan-chan, so I'll forgive you. This time only. Don't think I'll be sweet on you the second time.
Okay. Let's get rid of this thing over here. Kurumi-san, do you mind holding the other side? Aye, ma'am.
Hey, even if I'm slender and as light as a feather, that doesn't mean you can carry me about anytime you please. I suffer from trauma, because that boy over there dropped me before. Oh, my head hurts. Togi-san shrugged half-heartedly as she was dragged away by the two that flanked her. And here we go. Blonde woman. Hang on. Now I need to try and remember blonde woman's voice. I believe it was something like, "Hey, well, aren't you a noisy bunch?" Whoa. It was the blonde girl from the other day. She rang her bicycle bell once, as if to say hello. "Hey, it's been a while. You remember me?" She grimaced at the way I pointed my finger at her, almost stabbing her nose. "What's the big deal about that? Although I admit, I'm not the sort that's very good at remembering faces. Let's just say, how we met was quite impactful. Or are you flustered because one of the cool girls noticed you?" No, not really. "Hey, you denied that too quickly. That hurts." Sorry. "You didn't need to apologize. You're making it hard for me to have some fun with you." "Oh yeah, this." I pulled out the phone from my pocket. "Hey, that's my phone. So you're the one that picked it up for me." "Sorry, I should have brought it to the service office, but I sort of brought it home with me in a fluster. It must have been inconvenient for you, going without it for a week." Don't tell me you brought another one already." I'm sorry if you did. I'll pay for it." No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I didn't buy a new one. It's not like I needed that phone. Besides, I've got something else that works perfectly as a phone when I need to call someone. Also, it was a good opportunity for me to learn who I really need to be in contact with in my life. She winked. Okay. "What about the smaller girl that was with you that day? Is she alright?"
Oh yeah, she's fine. Professor Yukimaru found out about it, so she's going under some emergency maintenance now, despite her protests. Don't worry about it. Forget what I said. She's alright. Hey, thanks for this. I'm sorry for crashing into you the other day.
Not at all.
What's your name?
Kiria. Yuta.
Thanks, Yuta. I owe you one. I'm Eika Kominato. Next time I see you, let me buy you a meal, just to make it up to you.
Huh?
You don't have to be shy. You were the victim.
If that's the case, I suddenly thought of an idea. Maybe she could be the sixth member of Bertha's Knights. She remembered me from last week, and from the look of it, people remembered her too. She was an irregularity in this situation. Do you mind meeting my friends to discuss a few things?
You want me to buy them dinner too?
No, that's not what I meant.
Ha! I know. I was just joking. Don't people tell you you're the type that's fun to tease?
Yeah, I got that just now.
I thought so.
Aika-san, right now my friends are all gathered at the Hirasuna Community Center. Do you mind coming with me if you've got time?
Sorry, I can't go right now. I have to go pick up the smallish girl, as you put it. How about you bring them along the next time I ask you out for a meal?
Okay.
This question might sound out of the blue, but are you interested in music? As in, playing, not listening.
Music?
I'm in a 3-piece band named Cocoa Cigarettes. We started just this year.
And this is where we decided that this was definitely the right voice for Blonde Girl. I started doing this voice. I'm like, I don't know why I made it sound like she has like, smoked cigarettes all the time. Then we found out her band is called Cocoa Cigarette. And I mean, it just seemed like it was meant to be.
We're looking for more members. The others seem fine, keeping it as a 3-piece girl band.
Sorry about that. This voice really does a number on my throat. I'll try and mute the mic if I keep coughing.
But don't you think it would be fun if we had more people? You know, the more the crazier.
You mean the more the merrier?
Yeah, that. Hey, we get along pretty well. So how about it? If you're interested, you're welcome to join.
I'd love to, but at the moment, I'm a bit caught up in a certain situation.
That's a shame. I'll take that as a no. Looks like you're having enough fun with your friends anyway. I guess you don't need no band. Shucks. I'd be interested once
I've got this problem sorted out, though.
Cool. Can you give me your number? That is interesting. It's interesting from an IMA perspective, but it's also interesting now that we know what kind of girls you like.
How in the world did that girl make a shy boy like you promise to go on a date sometime? That's real technique. I wish she'd teach me. Can we talk about the apps instead? I haven't been updated on it yet.
He changed the topic. He's trying to run. Heian-chan doesn't let people evade her. She chases them to hell and back till she gets an answer.
I suddenly remembered something I wanted to forget. I'll introduce you all to another day. For now, let's talk about the apps. Uma, what's it all about?
Okay, so nothing changed in Blonde Girl conversation. Let's go back into skip mode. Okay, I think we've talked to everyone individually here. Maybe we need to get the right combination of things. Well, I think we talked to Kurumi, who's KN. Before, that was the first time around. I guess we'll do the first time around again. Skipping through all of this, so we've read all of this before. What's gonna change? If anything's gonna change. If nothing changes this time around, I'll have to look up a guide to see what we're supposed to do next.
We said it's a bond? No. Because that's an inherent thing to say. You should dress more conservatively, just so you won't draw attention from sleazebags. Are we on a date? Now, the first time around we said no, but let's say yes. We've said yes before. But let's, Do
you remember the first time you met me?
Kozuki-san looked at me warily as I burst out in laughter.
What's wrong?
It's just that 2 days ago, Togi-san asked me the same question. And yesterday, Kurumi-san asked me the same thing too.
If that's true, then it was a silly thing to tell me. What if I got jealous, being the last? What would you have done to make me happy?
Haha, sorry.
And? I won't ask what you told the other two, but what about my answer?
Of course I remember. You were watching me carry Togi-san away, from the bushes. You called me a murderer. Come to think of it now, it was pretty out of character for you.
That's because it was scary walking alone late at night. I had the idea I might meet some kind of criminal on the way. I was nervous.
But why were you there?
Because, Kiryu-kun, I'm the type that wants to see something that terrifies and awes me. I only believe what I see with my own 2 eyes. I need to see everything around me. It also means I'm curious, and curiosity killed the cat, you know. It's like being scared, but peeking through your fingers as you shield your eyes. So I try walking around at night, knowing it might be unsafe, but I talk to people that look different, although I'm afraid. In the past, I thought this personality of mine was a shortcoming. Now, I'm thankful I turned out this way. What are you afraid of the most, Kozuki?
What are you afraid of the most, Kozuki-san? She chuckled.
You ask the funniest questions. But I'm terrified I might not graduate. I'm frightened maybe we all can't be friends like before, because of what happened the other day. And most of all, Kiryu-kun, I'm afraid of you.
Me? I was making a frown. I lifted the corners of my mouth and waggled my eyebrows to check. Kozuki-san laughed.
It's so strange. When I talk with you, I feel like I might spill my secrets unknowingly. I guess the last thing I can think of that I'm scared of is... You know the story that goes, I'm scared of manju?
Manju? You mean the little red bean cakes? The ones that are high in sugar and calorie? Oh.
Good. You stopped yourself halfway. Now I also have an idea how you feel about me.
Sorry.
Never mind. It's homework for you. To think about what I really meant.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll give you a warning, too. It isn't very nice to misunderstand someone's courageous confession because of your ignorance.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Anyway, what did you ask me out for, Kiryu-kun?
Oh, yeah. Kurumi-san was hoping if we could all go visit the Tsukuba Botanical Gardens together when we investigate the rest of the perimeter. She said she's got something to show us.
Oh, Kurumi-san said that? How interesting.
Do you want to?
Let me think. All right then.
Kozuki-san paced away from me, taking random steps. Then she turned around.
Okay, let's do it.
She had a mischievous smile. I took a step toward her, her smile an invitation to come closer.
Stop!
But then she halted me.
Let's say goodbye here. This is as far as we go today. Kiryu-kun, your dorm is on the other side, right?
Can you let me walk you home, at least halfway? I'm a bit worried.
Worried? Who can guarantee that you're not what I'm worried about?
I never meant anything.
I know. But can I be a little nasty, just to get back at you? See you around, Kiria-kun, in the weekend.
Kozuki-san smiled again, and then walked away, never looking back. Memories that fade and don't. Ugh. I let out a long breath once I couldn't see Kozuki-san anymore. Then I felt a small hand tap my butt, as if to reassure me.
You have it hard, huh?
It was that little boy from just now. You remember me?
Yeah, you're the one that was on a date, right?
I was sure he had left us, both literally and from our thoughts, for a period of time. We were still within the perimeter.
See, now, for some reason, right here, they start acting as if people forget them the second they stop thinking about them. And it's never established anywhere else in the story. Everywhere else, they seem to act as though it's every midnight that people forget them. I don't understand. There's some weird ambiguity in the story here that needed to be cleared up.
We were still within the perimeter. That meant he could be the seventh exception. The little boy left, but he still remembered me when he came back. Where are the others?
Oh, the teacher and everyone? They all got lost. Stupid.
That means he was the one that got lost, but I didn't say that out loud. Hey, where's your kindergarten?
I don't know.
Name?
Takuma.
I meant the name of your kindergarten.
I thought it's called a kindergarten.
Oh no. What should I do? I didn't have any relatives as young as this boy, so I didn't know how to handle a situation like this. As I stood there uncertainly, a friendly voice called out to me.
Hey, what's the matter? You look like you need some help.
Oh, Eka-san. Thank God you're here. This kid got left behind during a walk in kindergarten class, and doesn't know where the others are.
Oh, never mind. I think I saw a group of people on the way here that seem to be looking for someone. I think I can catch up with them after I go now. I'll go tell them for you. You stay here with him. We can't have you run off with him.
Sorry to trouble you, Ika-san. Thanks.
Hey, I was wondering, but why do you know my name?
What?
This is the first time we've met, right?
We made a promise, remember? We'd go have a meal together? And you asked me if I'd join your band.
Really? Sorry, I better get going before the party goes too far away. Let's talk later. Keep an eye on that kid, okay?
Ika-san sped off on her bicycle. She made an expression of, as if to say, I shouldn't have talked to that weirdo. I couldn't digest the fact that she'd forgotten me, and simply stood there, stunned.
Anyway, let's go back into skip mode. We've seen all that before. But it's good to be refreshed on some of this. And now we've had a 2 months time skip in which Shion has disappeared. And also the rocket got destroyed for some reason. And then Shion reappears. Everyone cries. Now we're headed out to see what Kayan has to show us. Let's go with Fuma. Hang out with Fuma and Kayan. I'll go. Do I really want to know? Okay, this is a weird thing in which... what's her face? Shion has her hands over our eyes, and we're wandering around with her to find, Who are we trying to find? We're trying to find Fuma, who's wandered off. Last time I think we said, yes, I do. Hang on, let's make a save here so we don't... let's say, no, I don't want to know.
Hang on, let's raid through some of this log here. It felt like ages. I thought I could hear laughter coming from somewhere. Was it Kozuki-san? Or was it other visitors that looked like we were doing something silly? Is it just me, or are we being laughed at?
Maybe. Perhaps people think we're some silly couple doing something.
Oh, no.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind that.
Are you fearful now that you can't see your surroundings? I'm your only guide. You have to put your trust in me. Haha. Mizuki-chan mentioned something called the Stockholm Syndrome. Apparently, when people are held captive or in a hostage situation, sometimes they develop positive feelings towards their captor. I suppose it's a form of brainwashing.
You're being scary. You're joking, right?
You think so? Maybe I really want you to like me.
What do you mean?
Do you want to know? If you do, you can't unhear it, you know. I can't pretend I didn't say anything. And what your perspective of me would... And what your perspective of me would change in you.
And what you perceive of me would change in you forever.
Do you want to hear it?
You really want to know? Okay. No, I don't want to know. No, wait. I think I've changed my mind. You're acting strangely. Okay, yeah, and we got a new achievements, which means we didn't pick the no option last time.
Am I? But I'm going to tell you, because now I want to.
What?
Kiria-kun, What are you two doing?
Kozuki-san let go of me immediately. The first thing I saw was Fuma's questioning face.
Nothing. He said he couldn't find you with his eyes open, so we decided we should try and find you with his eyes closed. Shion-chan, you aren't making any sense.
What were you doing, Fuma?
Oh, I was on the phone, calling home. There was something that bothered me, but everything's okay now.
Really? If you say so. We returned to Kurumi-san and Togi-san. Kurumi-san looked out of breath, and she was leaning against Togi-san for support. Usually, it was the other way around. Kurumi-san red in the face. Kurumi-san was red in the face, and she looked a bit flustered. Welcome back. What's the matter, Shion-chan? You look grumpy. I wanted to ask Togi-san what the matter was too.
Fuma-kun, can I have a talk with you?
Huh? Me?
Yes, can I have a moment with you? Everybody, you mind going ahead without us? Okay, we'll walk slow. I wonder what those two are going to secretly talk about. I'm really curious.
Kurumi-san stopped her feet as we came upon a lake. Are we going to eavesdrop?
When you put it that way, I feel guilty.
What do you think, boy? Let's go spy on them. Let's go spy on them. Just, we'll just look. Ooh, you bad boy. Fuma and Kozuki-san were in a dark place surrounded by coniferous trees. It was the perfect place to speak in private. We were careful to keep out of their sight. Hiding far away, we pricked our ears.
I figured it was something like that. So, you want me to help you out, huh? I know it's unfair, but I don't want to lose. I know you're serious, but I don't know if he'll be able to reciprocate. Yes, that's the problem. What do you think I should do, Fuma-kun? Well, as his friend, all I can say is...
Stop! Togi-san suddenly jumped in front of us and shielded our view. We're going back.
But why, Togi-chan? We haven't heard all of it.
That's exactly why, Shion-chan. That's exactly why. Shion-chan is now doing something very detrimental to us. I know what she's going on about.
Then shouldn't we stop her? Is Fukun alright to listen to what she's gonna say?
He'll be fine. It's not about him. He's a guy. Just this boy here has a taste for that. What?
Yukin's a guy too.
Boy has a lot to do with what's going on here.
What is this? I don't know what you're talking about.
Kurumi-san pouted at Togi-san's vague answers.
Do you know what it's about, Yukon?
No, not at all. Just as I suspected. Good, good, good. If you knew, but you still behaved innocently, I'll eat you up, boy. Togi-san smiled, showing her sharp teeth. A shiver ran down my spine. Although, I have to say, you being so innocent can be rather tempting, too.
Then that means...
Yup, I want to eat him up anyway.
If you're hungry, I'll give you some of my sweets.
Ooh, Keian-chan, you're so cute when you're jealous, too. Don't worry, I'll eat you up, too. I love you so. Hey, it looks like they're done talking.
They're coming this way.
Hurry, run back. We ran towards the lake before Kozuki-san and Fuma could find us. Wait, don't leave me.
Oh, welcome back.
Kurumi-san waved at the two energetically, although her eyes shifted suspiciously.
Why are you three out of breath?
We played tag while you two were away. Kozuki-san looked unconvinced. The five of us walked on. Hang on a second, I'm gonna go shut my door before some flies come in. And now I'm gonna cough, so... Okay then.
Okay, now that we're all here, it's the highlight of the day.
It would help if I clicked on the game instead of the preview in OBS.
Sorry I made you walk around for so long, but actually, my secret's already...
And then she shows us a bunch of forget-me-nots, which is neither here nor there. Although Shion seems to think it's a sign of destiny, which is not exactly believing what you only see with your own two eyes. Heard. Okay, so now we're back on Keian's ending. A few days later, Kurumi-san and... Yeah. Okay, but we can't skip through this. Kurumi-san looked nervous and fidgeted a little, but in time she calmed down and slowly began to talk.
Yukon, are you sure my theory made sense?
Yes, I believe in your theory. It doesn't mean that I don't believe in the others. I smiled, and she looked reassured. Her tense shoulders relaxed. The other day, we listened to Togi-san, Kozuki-san, and Kurumi-san's thoughts on IMA, and voted on whose theory was most likely to be correct. The scientific method means never believing anything that's been peer-reviewed. Exactly, Hattie. That's what really irritates me about Shion, is that she thinks she's being some kind of empiricist, but then makes such weird leaps of logic. It's just like, it's the worst kind of like wooey person who seems to think that they're scientifically minded, and that actually all the crazy shit they believe is actually scientific, but they have no idea about anything whatsoever. Togi-san had thought IMA was caused by a sort of virus. Kozuki-san believed that the area within the perimeter was a parallel world. The real truth is on YouTube Shorts, yes, exactly. Anyway, Big Hattie, how's your week been? How's your Saturday going? And Kurumi-san's theory, that had the most votes, was... The herd is trying to shake off the exceptions, right? I don't even know what this means. Does it just mean everyone's just ignoring us? they haven't actually forgotten us? Like, the idea that the herd is trying to shake off exceptions? I honestly can't pick holes in this theory because it doesn't even make sense. It's like, you haven't got out of bed yet? Oh, well, I'm glad that you're watching me before you even bother to get up. It's always good to have you here.
If you were going to say it in a cool way, something like that, yeah. But I'd simply say, everyone wants to get rid of us.
Hirumi-san's theory was that the people in the University of Tsukuba were similar, and all of them belonged to the same herd. And since we did not fit in with that herd, we were being rejected. The method was to delete us from everyone's memories. There's a part I like about your theory. It's not nice that we were all rejected by the herd as a whole, but on the other hand, it means that we, as the outcast, have formed a smaller herd ourselves, right? If we think of it that way, that means IMA is something that proves our bond. Then, I guess it's not such a bad thing. Was that corny? I scratched my head, somewhat shy that Kurumi-san had gone silent.
Wow.
Huh?
That's amazing, Yukon.
She took my hand and leaned forward, her eyes shining.
Even Kayan-chan didn't think of it that way.
I really can't believe that it's not skipping through this. Does that mean something different's gonna happen this time around?
I hadn't believed my theory had more validity than Togi-chan's or Shi-chan's, but now...
Oh, now it's gonna skip. What was different? Now we're gonna elope, end up on an infant train. I took out my phone and left it on a seat.
Yukon, what are you doing?
I need to test this out. Can you walk with me a little more? What I'm doing might seem stupid, but we have to try it out, just to be sure.
Alright, let's go.
Hirumi-san wrapped herself around my arm. She was scared. We began to walk. We were walking through a cabin with box seats, where 4 people could face each other. You love fast forward? It makes it look like they're waving their wings? Because of the different poses? And they're all like, blended together like that? The next cabin had its seats lined up against the walls. Then, after that, another cabin with box seats. I headed to the second box seat on the right, counting from the front. My heart was beating rapidly. I peered in. It's there! I dropped down on the seat in shock, and picked up the phone. It was the same design, same home screen, with the same data inside. It was definitely my phone.
Yukon, let's go back and check the other cabin.
We walked back as Kurumi-san had suggested. There wasn't a phone there where I had placed it. Of course there wasn't. That phone was now in my pocket. Kurumi-san, can you pinch my cheek, please?
Funny, I was just about to ask you the same.
We sat down on the box seat and pinched each other. Ow.
It doesn't hurt at all. Yukon, you're being too gentle.
Well, it hurt for me, so I guess we can safely say this isn't a dream.
Maybe it's my dream.
Stop it. I'd have to start thinking, then who am I? Who thinks as an individual now? Let's avoid bringing up a new philosophical question.
Sorry.
Kurumi-san giggled softly, and then pinched her own cheek.
Yeah, it hurts.
We're in a loop.
Looks like we're stuck here.
I wonder when it'll stop.
Hey, I was about to ask that question.
Of course, there was nobody there to answer that question. The sound of train wheels grating against the tracks filled the silence.
Do you think we're gonna stay like this together?
It's a possibility.
Maybe this is a punishment for me. Because I tried to pretend to elope with you. Because I tried to be selfish and have you all to myself.
And for me, for trying to have you all to myself, too.
This might sound terrible, but to be honest, I really don't mind this situation so much. if we aren't going to get anywhere, and we aren't going back, I guess this is a real elopement. Nobody's gonna get in our way. We don't have to make excuses, and we can be together forever.
Yeah, until we starve to death. Or maybe one of us eats the other one.
The way I feel will be preserved in a box made of iron and glass to be kept for eternity, without ever fading. There's only one thing I'm afraid of. Am I the only one that feels this way?
You aren't. I love you, Kurumi-san. I said it. I thought I would need more courage to say it, but it came out surprisingly easily. Kurumi-san looked relieved. She smiled and raised a hand toward the ribbon around her neck. She pulled it loose and tied it to my left wrist. What's this?
It's a symbol of our bonding. Now that we're in a place where reality isn't definite, isn't it reassuring to see something that you're sure of?
I suppose that's true. Thanks, Kurumi-san.
Hee. If we stay put and wait, do you think this train will stop at some point?
What if it doesn't?
If it doesn't, we'll think about it then. We're not in a rush anyway. If we take a nap and nothing changes, let's apologize to everyone and ask for help. So, can I sleep on your shoulder?
You can. Man, what is happening to my voice? My pronunciation's slowly disintegrating. God damn. Hang on, let me move the mic a bit. You can, but it might be a bit hard to serve as a pillow.
It's alright. It's the best place to be, for me.
Kurumi-san declared, and rested her head against my shoulder. She was warm and soft. My eyelids grew heavy. I heard her snoring softly. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep too. While I dozed, I felt the train come to a halt. Only my ears were awake. I couldn't move a muscle. Only my ears were awake is such a strange way of saying that. That's such a weird idea. What station were we at? There was no announcement. Only the bell sounded, and the door opened. There was the sound of 2 footsteps entering the cabin. I could hear that conversation.
This is unexpected. According to Laplace, they would never have left Tsukuba.
Funny, isn't it? So, what are you going to do?
I'll have to start from the beginning. As if I was to perfect the system. That is, if you would allow me to, being the referee.
I don't mind. You call me a referee, but I can't say that I'm unbiased. Resetting everything would be convenient for you, but it would also be detrimental to your plans. Taking that to consideration, of course I would say yes, don't you think?
Just you wait, Mitsuru Sanzanon. Things will never turn out the way you want it to be. I shall be victorious.
The voices came near. I could feel their presence standing right in front of us. Where are we? Let us get off. But I couldn't speak. The train began to run again, and I fell into slumber. The alarm clock went off. It was deafening, and I slapped it with a hand to turn it off. I rubbed my sleepy eyes so I could focus. Kurumi-san! I looked around to find her, but she wasn't there. I was back in my room at the dorm. I had to find my phone. I had to see if she was alright. I looked at the screen, and my mind went blank. The calendar said it was May. May this year. We had got on the Tsukuba Express at the end of summer. Perhaps this was a mistake. I opened my laptop and connected it to the internet, but the date remained unchanged. I had gone back in time. But we checked. That wasn't a dream. I gritted my teeth and rubbed my cheek where Kurumi-san had pinched me. Something pink fluttered around my wrist. It was the ribbon Kurumi-san had tied there to prove our bonding. I felt myself calm down as I held the ribbon in my hand. I had to head to Hirasuna, where Bertha's knights would be waiting. If my mind served me correctly, this was the day that we were supposed to hold a meeting.
Good morning, Kiria-kun. It's unusual for you to be here so early. Why the frown?
Koziki-san asked me the moment she arrived. Koziki-san, have you heard of Laplace before?
No? I don't know about it. Does it have anything to do with IMA?
Her answer weighed heavily on my heart. It meant that she didn't remember anything that happened after this date. She didn't remember how we traced the perimeter, the time we went to the botanical gardens, the picnic at Matsumi Park. No, it wasn't that she didn't remember. It all hadn't happened yet.
Kiryu-kun, you're acting strange today.
I didn't answer her. She simply shrugged.
Hey, here I am, right on time. Hey, Yuta, what's the matter? You look as if you're bearing all the misfortunes of the world.
Fuma. I was about to ask him the same question I asked Kozuki-san, but I stopped. I knew his answer would be the same, and I would get even more depressed. Morning? Hey, that's unusual. You mean I'm not the last? I should have slept in more.
Hey, Fuma-kun, can you tell me more about the apps?
Kozuki-san leaned over toward Fuma. I'd seen all of this before.
I should have said this the other day, but I think the apps could be something that could help us break through IMA. In fact, it might be something that could propel us forwards.
Ah, I see.
What do you mean, I see? Can you explain, Toki-chan-san?
After this, Kurumi-san said... The door opened with a bang. Kurumi-san ran in, breathing hard. She was dressed just as usual, except that she wasn't wearing a ribbon around her neck. She leaned against the door, opening and closing her mouth silently, as if she wasn't sure how to ask her question. I lifted my left arm to show her the ribbon, and smiled.
You can! Wah!
She burst out in tears, and ran toward me to give me a hug. I hugged her back tightly, just to make sure she existed and was real.
I was so scared. I thought, what if you didn't remember either? I couldn't use the phone, I couldn't leave the house, but I had to do something, and What about everyone else?
I shook my head sideways, and Kurumi-san's eyes welled up with fresh tears. They spilled over and rolled down her cheeks.
I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my... Wah! Wah! Oh dear. Kurumi-san, don't cry. Please don't cry. You have to calm down and talk, or else we'll never understand what you're trying to say. Wah! Hey, Keian-chan, are you alright? I wonder what's wrong.
Maybe she had a bad dream. Kurumi-san's alright. Sorry, everyone. Can you all just stay by her side for a while, without asking any questions yet? I had said it on behalf of Kurumi-san, but in truth, I needed some quiet too. Well, there are days when people have to cry. Come here, Keian-chan. Miss Togi will treat you real good.
Yogi-chan, I'm sorry. I won't be bad anymore. I won't.
Kurumi-san went on apologizing, and Togi-san cuddled her closely.
My tears. My snot's going to get all over you.
Shh, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Keian-chan. It's yours. I don't mind it at all. Come on, come to Mama. Kurumi-san clung to Togi-san and cried. Kozuki-san stroked her head and smiled despite looking confused. Kurumi-san gradually calmed down. The sobs turned into sniffles.
Yuta, if you have to, you can come to Daddy for a hug.
Why are you spreading your arms invitingly, Fuma?
Because you look as if you want to cry too. Although I have no idea what happened.
Was I so obvious? I guess I was. But I'm alright, thanks. I'm sure everything will be fine. I just know we can do this all over again. No matter how far we are, no matter how differently things turn out, we'll always be able to return to the herd. Now that I knew what would happen in summer, and now that I knew how Kurumi-san felt about me, I was on a different level of awareness than Kozuki-san, Togi-san, and Fuma. But Bertha's nights, keep this herd together, I knew that I was capable of doing anything. Someone had reset our time. Because of that, I was sure. No matter how many times the resetting would occur, our memories would always be there. Our battle had just begun. So we've got that ending before. That was the very first ending we've got. What do we need to do differently to get the true ending? Or at least a ending. Well, while I let the credits roll, I'm gonna go look for some guides, I guess. Let's see, Steam? What kind of guides do we have on Steam for this game? Oh good, there's a one for Ultra Endings. Okay. Interesting. Okay, there are a bunch of secret achievements, but I do know how to unlock the true route now. Okay, let's where should we put this? We'll put this down here. Move this over here. Why does all the music in this game sound vaguely Christmassy? Okay. There we go. I think we're ready for the true ending. Come home, Swallow. Come home, Swallow. Okay. Let's start a new game. We'd like it in English. Okay, so it looks like we have to... Oh, hang on, let's fast forward. Find something else. Gosh, all these memories. All these strange conversations we've had. Excuse me a second. I just need to cough. Okay, so the first choice we need to make is to stay here and try and change the situation. Which makes sense. It's the most proactive kind of heroic thing you'd do. Rather than run away or just not do anything at all. Now next it's the phone decision. What we're going to do with the phone. This also makes sense. Call someone from its history. Out of the choices here, it seems like the most normal thing to do first. Then you'd probably bring it to the service office. But for some reason, Yuta doesn't do that. Instead he carries around with him for a week. But this is definitely the most interesting of the three options because it does give us some information. How do I... No, I don't want that. I want to... make sure that the auto skips off. So... call someone from its hit... Ah, we missed all that. Oh well. Fast forward again. I wanted to read what that said, but there's no way to turn off auto skip with that within the menus. Okay, now we want to talk to Keian Harumi-san. Okay. What does she end up talking about?
Spring comes after winter.
All right, we're talking about Noah from the Noah's Ark, who, and how he might have had albinism. Very strange conversation. Not really one I want to relive. They also talk about crows and how they might be black or white. Now comes the conversation with Togi-san on the overpass at night, where she asks what we want for how we feel about IMA and what we want to do for our promise. Let's say it's a bond, because again, that seems just like the right thing to do story-wise. So we're supposed to say yes to this? Awful fucking question?
Yukon, are you thinking I should dress more conservatively so I don't draw attention?
Yes, apparently I am. Then we hear about Laplace. Then we say no, I guess.
Are you two on a date?
Unfortunately, no.
I can name all types of vehicles. Ambulance, fire truck.
Thanks. Okay, this is the second part of that. Then we have the time skip and going to Botanical Gardens. Now, come on. Hey, Princess Roscoe! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Let me go over to just chatting for a little while. And actually, let's give Princess some of her own medicine. Let's bring up Twitch and see what she was doing today. Shall we review her VOD for once? Let's go over to Princess Rosca. Thank you, Action, for the follow. Thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm LJ Bray. My pronouns are they, them. And today we're doing Storytime Saturday, where we read through a very cringe visual novel. But, you just bear with me. I'll bring up... Okay, here we go. Focus on my own stream. Oh, no, Princess Rosca. Look, we need to see what you've been up to. Okay, then. Let's go over to screen. And then over here. Let's minimize that. And that. Let's have a look-see. Thank you, show. And, yeah, good luck. Good luck going to bed. Yeah. Good night, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. We wait for these ads to finish. Let's have a look-see. Wait, can you guys hear the, game while I do this? Hang on, let me mute the game. There we go. Let's have a look-see. What have you been up to, Princess?
I didn't know Astrid really missed Giovanni. There was so much tension between the two. I suppose
Gosh,
you'll only find your
the bitrate's so slow. Hang on, let me jump around a bit. Here we go.
To rethink your role in our organization. If Mickey doesn't mind, I'm gonna need you to run point on some things. You would have a more involved role if you know what I mean.
Okay.
I'll fill you in when we get to that boat. Go do your thing. You've earned it. We'll hang
Was
out.
there a point where you started crying? I really want to find you crying.
Load them up. Doing well. I evidently is... Man, I've been streaming for so long.
Oh, you cut down trees? Where the hell is all this?
It's bedtime. Oh wait. Yes, finally, we can get here. Leaving what could have been is sometimes harder than leaving what has been. Okay. Leaving what could have been is sometimes harder than leaving what has been. But I just brought the garlic toast! Alright, everyone, hold out your hands. Let's give everyone a slice of toast. How many slices did you bring, Lost? Still kicking, Princess? Sound tired. I am, but this game is just so addicting, I swear. It's so good. It really, hits you in the heart. Let's help my princess. Can I help you, Stanley? Do you need food? We haven't figured out.
You've still got
Stanley's
Stanley with you.
Let's give him eggs sunny side up.
Is he still causing problems?
That one yet. That's a breakfast food. Am I a tea?
All right, we'll leave it there. You didn't cry too much? Oh, that's good to hear. Let's go back to just chatting. No, Stanley's so cute. I mean, he did steal the guest house from you. Hearing you in double speed is so hard, so weird. Oh, that's strange. I mean, I listen to pretty much anything that's not live at double speed, so it's completely normal to me. In fact, I think I sound better. Yeah. Oh, of course, Princess. I mean, I was really just doing it because that's what you always do. But let's give Princess Roscoe a proper shout out. She is an absolute delight. Definitely go check her out. Give her a follow. She's just a great streamer, a big inspiration to me. And yeah, as I was saying, this is Storytime Saturdays, where we read through cringe visual novels. Let's go back to the game. Oh, it would be better if I click on the actual game instead of... Now, to explain the story to any newcomers here, where do I begin? Oh, and also we have some commands here, some of which feature our very own Princess Roscoe. If you guys want to mess around with anything. But yeah, to explain the story. Oh, and thank you for the first time chat, Martine. About 3 hours in, she's eating chicken and crying. Oh, I think I was there for that. I was actually there. I told her to take it up.
Treasure, and also, I still want to turn her little bird body into chicken nuggets and eat her. You know, like it's the ultimate form of friendship.
There we go. That one doesn't get played too much, mostly because most people around here don't know who Ever is. But I do enjoy that. I really enjoy that command the most. But yeah, this story has been strange. Maybe I'll just... I can't stop and explain it. We'll just keep going and ask questions if you're confused by anything in the story. And Princess, don't be afraid to raid and run. I know you've been streaming for longer than you, I think, intended to. And you already sounded pretty tired in the stream, so... You know, go take care of yourself if that's what you need to do. Thank you for bringing everyone here. It's midnight for you? Yeah, go get some sleep. Go get some sleep. I can take it from here. I can entertain the masses. A good night to you, Princess. Catch you next time. Yes, I'm glad you could finally raid me too. It's wonderful to see you. Alright then, let's continue with this story. Oh, thank you for the follow, Pyrox the Dragon. The tip of the greenhouse could be seen from the main street, but when we walked in, we realized it was bigger than it looked. It was like walking into a crystal pyramid. Tropical plants grew in the greenhouse. The place felt completely detached from the world we live in. A different place, a world between a world. Oh yeah, no, I turned it off for this so that everyone can read all of the text at the bottom. And also because, for some reason, the still images really mess up my bitrate. So yeah, I take my model off for this, for Storytime Saturdays. Storytime Saturdays and Friday Fridays, I take my model off. For Friday Fridays, it's so that we can be more immersed in the horror games. And for this, it's so we can read all the text. But yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Pulls out the pseudo-science theories list. Oh boy. Oh boy. I tell you what, some of the theories we were hearing last week were absolutely insane. Xion believed that the Earth only started moving because humans invented telescopes, and that the future is blue. Like literally, she thinks that the future is blue. Utter insanity. A different world. The term popped up in my head. Once, I stepped into the glass house filled with plants, each representing a collection of knowledge. And we've actually done all 3 routes for romancing the girls, and we're right now, trying to find the way to the true ending. And apparently it's a specific arrangement of things, so I'm actually consulting a guide on which choices I have to make for this. I wondered what we would learn from this place today. Every tiny branch was a symbol of a choice we could make. and a trigger that could lead us to a result we could never fathom. This place had brought such thoughts to the mind.
Well, some parts of the future is probably blue. Yes, I guess that's true. I guess some parts are blue, and some parts are equally any other color than blue.
The time we spent apart gave us a chance to rethink the situation we were in. The answer to this was almost taking shape.
Kiryu-kun, what's wrong? This is Shion. We also call her Beret, or Fupa Sweater.
Nothing. If I told Kozuki-san what had been going on in my mind, I was sure she was going to laugh at me. So I started on a completely different topic. Kurumi-san's kind of late.
This is Fuma. He's our best friend. Well, I say best friend. We met him at the beginning of this year. Maybe she couldn't figure out which greenhouse she went into. We went into. Fuma-kun, do you mind going to pick her up?
I'll go too. No, boy. You're going to take my arm and go on a stroll with me.
This is Togi. We call her Pointy Tooth. She's a vampire. Like, a genetic vampire that literally gets super strength when she drinks people's blood and things like that. That was a lot. That's probably the biggest what the hell moment from this entire game is when uncovering the whole vampirism situation, and the end of her romance route is really bizarre.
Togi-san grabbed hold of my arm. I need more of you to replenish what I lost last week.
Just a week? I had to wait 2 months.
What?
I mean, that's not what I meant. No. I meant Mayazumi-san. You haven't seen me in 2 months. Don't you need to stick with me?
Shion-chan, you're falling apart.
I'm not going. I'll stay here.
No, you can't.
Leave. Yuta.
Okay. We're supposed to stay with Togi-san and Kozuki-san on this choice. Uma, sorry, man.
Lost it. Fine. I'll go get Kan-chan myself. I hope you get punished for this.
Uma ran away as he cried into his sleeve.
Your list only consists of ancient human civilizations more advanced than us technologically, being wiped out by natural disasters they didn't know could happen. So basically, well, no, I guess that theory isn't quite ancient aliens, but ancient aliens adjacent. But you're talking like about Atlantis and similar kind of ideas.
Uma ran away as he cried into his sleeve. Look here, boy. Beautiful flowers. Personally, I think they look poisonous. All the tropical flowers look so dynamic. Can you be more romantic? I just can't be. Not with you, Togi-san. You said it. I'm gonna make you regret that someday.
How strange. Flowers show their colors so truly, but people can't do the same. It's so unfair.
Well, Shion-chan, that's how God made us.
You always reason things so unscientifically. Hey, Sungets! How does a flower look dynamic? I don't know, having a high range of colors, I guess? Like there's a broad spectrum of appearances and colors? Shion, you really aren't one to talk about being unscientific. Shion is the one who believes that the future is literally blue, and that the Earth only started moving when we invented telescopes. So, she also seems to think that she only believes in things she can see with her own 2 eyes, but that is definitely not the case. Because coming up, she's going to see some flowers, and she will take that as a sign of destiny. That's what will make her believe in destiny, is that flowers are blooming out of season. So, you know, she's really not one to be going on about science or anything like that.
But I'm serious. Really serious. Hey, have you two heard about intelligent design? Oh boy. This game is so strange. I've learned about interactive design. No, not that. It's the hypothesis that something of a higher intelligence made the basic structures of life form, like our DNA, and planted us on Earth. Well, actually, that would be more like panspermia and intelligent design. We come from a different place.
I'd imagine gene theorists would have overthrown ideas like those by now.
There are scientists who believe in religion. I'm not adverse to the idea.
Why?
When we opened up a human body in class, the only thing I saw was all sorts of organs, vessels, and flesh. There wasn't a soul to be found. That's sad, isn't it? Oh god. Normally Chogi's voice is better than this, but the longer the stream goes on, the harder and harder Chogi's voice gets. Nice to meet you, really serious? I'm Bond, James Bond. So I decided to believe something like a god must have hidden our souls away, someplace in our body.
I mean, if you can't see the soul, if you're disappointed by like the lack of a physical appearance of a soul, maybe you should just assume that there isn't a soul, rather than assuming that there is a soul and someone hid it. You're making a lot of assumptions on assumptions there, Togi. Occam's razor would suggest that there isn't a soul. It's not like I have proof, but they do say souls have weight after all. Wait?
Oh god, here comes the pseudoscience. An American named Duncan McDougall did an experiment. He found that a body upon death was 21 grams lighter than it was alive. They say it's because the soul had left the body, you know? Why would the soul weigh anything? And it makes my brain want to explode.
That isn't proof. A human's weight is never the same all the time. Factors like breathing and even sweating could change body weight.
It's easy to dismiss the idea, Shion-chan. It's just that I don't find it strange, even if something like a soul or a god did exist in this world. Even if we can't observe it. How about you, Shion-chan? Don't you think it's more fun to believe in the possibility instead of denying everything all the time?
Why do butterflies and bees find flowers?
Kozuki-san muttered after a stretch of silence.
They say it's because insects have a sensitive receptor for light, and they are able to sense a wider range of infrared and ultraviolet rays. Maybe to insects, flowers are much more beautiful than what we see with our eyes. If there's a world made of a completely different spectrum of light, even if it's right next to us, we can't see or acknowledge it.
Shion, you do know that, like, we can feel ultraviolet light. Like, that's what makes the sun warm. It's what, you know, burns our skin, gives us skin cancer. It's not like it's just, like, completely untouchable.
I suppose that could be a possibility.
Yup, romantic, right?
Looks like you're all having fun. What are you talking about?
And this is KN-chan. We believe her to be possibly a werewolf, although that's never been confirmed in the routes we've done. And we also call her Boob Belt. For obvious reasons. Whoa, Kurumi-san, since when did you get here? Where's Fuma?
Fuken? I didn't see him on the way. We must have missed each other.
I suppose it's our turn to go pick him up. That's uncharacteristic of you, Togi-san, to suggest that. Okay, then I won't go. I'll stay with you, boy. Togi-san latched onto my arm again. I had a feeling Togi-san was staying closer to me than usual.
Why don't you go? He just gave you a compliment.
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, boy. Okay, and apparently at this choice, we have to send Togi to go get Ukon. Togi-san should go. Let's leave Fuma to Togi-san. You think I'm dependable? Leave it to me. You guys walk ahead. Slowly.
She said slowly, but Shi-chan, you're walking really fast.
What are you worrying about, Pyrox? Is it the game or the fact that there are 590 different permutations of the Spank command? Give it a try, Pyrox. Try out the Spank command, see what it does.
Am I? I don't think so.
The latter? Kozuki-san, are you angry?
Am I? I don't think so.
Kurumi-san explained we had entered the scrub section. They had all sorts of shrubs and scrubs like azaleas and duetzias. You're too scared to use it? Ah. Go on, you know you want to.
I hope Togi-chan can catch up with us. I feel like we're a pack of migrating gnus.
News?
Yeah, it's a type of antelope. Gnus graze at one place for a while, and then they migrate to a different plane. Even if there's still enough grazing, they move on. Is it their way to save their grazing spot, to prevent it from drying out? That's the biggest reason. But they say there's another reason, too. What do you think it is?
They aren't sightseeing, are they?
For exercise? No, both of you are wrong. Apparently, they do it and walk a hard route so they can shake off the weaker individuals in the herd.
Oh, is that why you mentioned Togi-san?
In that sense, perhaps we could say we are individuals that have been put to a test and won. Why? We had to go through the entrance exams to get into university, right? We wanted to go to college. We needed big enough brains to pass, and we needed enough money to get in. Only some people are fortunate enough to fit into this category, and as a result, we all have similar backgrounds. By choosing to pursue higher education, we were migrating. We're all different people that make different choices, but as a whole, we all have similar ways of thinking. Shi-chan, you mentioned Hebbel's Crow before, right? During that time, you said that our existence could be determined by the perception of the majority, right? Only students from the University of Tsukuba remain within the restricted area now. And there are also people that decided to use Laplace. We are being put through 2 sieves. Me and Yukon, we haven't been outside of the border one bit. If we were...
Let me try that sentence again.
If we are so similar, it makes me believe that maybe it's possible that everybody would agree on a single decision. You and I are different. No matter how close we become, we're essentially different. Huh? Don't look so sad. It's not a bad thing that we have our differences, you know. Because we're different, I can prove that you're there, and that you exist. I was able to believe that you'd all remember me, even when I was absent. That's what kept me going when I was alone. Being different can be nice, can't it? Shi-chan.
Mission complete! Togi-san, what are you doing? Togi-san had yelled victoriously, but she had come back riding on Fuma's back.
Here, this is your stop. Now get off.
Fui. Togi-san was reluctant, but Fuma forced her to stand on her feet.
The bite a bit, I suppose. She wilted halfway, coming to find me, so I brought her back. Fuma-kun, I've got something to discuss with you. Huh? Me? Yes, can I have a moment with you? Everybody, do you mind going ahead without us? Okay, we'll walk slow. I wonder what those two are going to secretly talk about. I'm really curious.
Hirumi-san stopped her feet as we came upon a lake. Are we going to eavesdrop?
When you put it that way, I feel guilty.
What do you think, boy? And we are not supposed to eavesdrop. Which I guess, is the heroic thing to do, The hero shouldn't be spying. Let's wait here. And looking at the guide, that's the last of, the choices we're gonna have to make. So from here on out should be the true ending. Let's go.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't. But let's not walk any further.
Why?
Because we've almost made a full circle, which means we're almost at our destination. I want to show you my surprise when we're all together.
I'll just squat here till everyone arrives then. Saying that, Togi-san simply squatted by the lake and began toying with the grass nearby. Moments later... No! What's wrong, Togi-san? I found a snail, so I poked it. Now it's climbing up my arm. Ew! It's cold and slimy and wet.
Oh, I envy you, Togi-chan. It's so cute.
Take it off! Take it off! How is it that you couldn't avoid a snail? Hirumi-san took the snail off Togi-san's arm, and after petting it and fussing over it thoroughly, she placed it gently on a leaf. Why did it choose to climb my arm? I will never know.
They say that snails that are affected by leucochoridium can't help but feel an urge to climb upwards.
Skill issue. Leuco what?
Leucochoridium. It's a parasite. They don't live in Japan, though. Affected snails get grossly colorful and thick antennae, and they start climbing higher and higher on whatever plant they're on.
This topic is compelling, but repulsive at the same time.
It works that way because the main objective is to have birds eat them, so the birds can lay eggs with parasites.
Ew. But that means the parasite can control the snail's movements, right?
Yeah.
Snails must be pretty simple if they can be manipulated by tiny parasites.
You know, there are parasites that affect humans too, like brain nematodes. They enter from open wounds and climb up your nerves, finally reaching the brain to have a good meal. People that get eaten apparently act strangely.
Ugh, I feel sick. Nematodes, just playing with words. Oh no, I can't stop shaking. You want me to warm you up? You're the reason I've got the chills. Ooh, am I? I feel so loved.
There are tiny organisms that overwrite DNA too. Apparently, there's a method of making a virus carry acids to restructure DNA.
Huh?
The DNA we have in our cells and the mitochondria DNA are different things. So I guess if we think we have one microorganism per cell, that tells us how our bodies should function. I guess we could say they're like the parasites that control us.
Okay, I feel like what Kayan there is saying needs explaining again. She's saying that mitochondria are... What mitochondria are, basically, are, as you all know, mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell. How they came to be that is that they were once their own organism. At some point in the ancient past in our evolution, like our human cells ate the well, this is probably before humans existed, before anything even closely related to humans existed. This is like primordial soup kind of days. But at some point, the animal cell ate the mitochondrial cell, and instead of being digested, the mitochondria managed to live inside that cell as a parasite. And then it became this kind of symbiotic relationship, and eventually that's how the mitochondria came to exist as part of the cell, the animal cell became this larger whole, this larger, more complicated organism. not by slowly evolving a mitochondria over time, but by consuming one and adding it to its DNA, basically. Fascinating stuff. But that's what Kayan was getting at there, kind of, vaguely. I think that's where they got the idea for that, but the idea that the mitochondria control us in any way is bizarre.
Utah?
The mitochondria said, hey, it's pretty comfy in here. Want a sandwich? Yeah, basically. Yeah, basically, neither of them died, and they managed to continue existing together. But yeah, mitochondria aren't that complex. They don't control us. All they are is, powerhouse of the cell. They're just responsible for any energy production.
Utah?
I jumped as he clapped. I jumped as he clapped me hand on the shoulder. I think that should say his hand on my shoulder. I jumped as he clapped his hand on my shoulder. Oh, it's you, Fuma. I screamed again because Fuma looked like he had aged 50 years. What happened with you and Kozuki-san?
Don't ask.
Kozuki-san looked away uncomfortably.
I'll give you a piece of advice. Just make up your mind what you want to do, Yuta, and do it as soon as possible. Show it. Or I don't think I can take this anymore.
Okay.
Huh? Well, that was unexpected. I thought you'd say, but I never, blah 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 blah, and run away again.
Yeah, because I think after today, I know what I want to do.
Oh? I'm looking forward to your choice. I really am.
Fuma exclaimed, and for some reason, he winked at Kozuki-san.
Okay, now that we're all here, it's the highlight of the day. Sorry I made you walk around for so long, but actually, my secret's all ready.
Urumi-san faced us with a clouded expression and stopped mid-sentence. Urumi-san?
Can't be. It's still here? Oh. I see. Yeah, of course. Okay, I'm going to show you now. Ta-da!
Urumi-san faced us again, but this time with a wide smile and her arms spread out.
Ta-da! It's just a lake. Not that, Fukun. Look by your feet. My feet? Oh!
It was Kozuki-san that exclaimed in surprise first. She pointed at the flowers blooming by the lake. Yep, look at them flowers blooming by this lake. Look at all those pretty flowers. Love it. Such beautiful, beautiful flowers. Look at them all. They're so colorful. That's definitely a picture of flowers, everyone. They were small flowers that could have been missed easily. But they bloomed as blue as the skies today. Yep, look at all those blue flowers you can see in that picture.
Forget-me-nots.
Which is the subtitle of this game. That's not Poison Ivy? No, I'm afraid it's Forget-me-nots.
Right on. They represent the essence of what we, Bertha's Knights, are about.
Bertha's Knights is just the name of the group. Gave themselves because of some medieval legend about Forget-me-nots.
I wanted to show this to all of you, all this time.
Wow, they're so pretty. But, Shion-chan, I thought Forget-me-nots are supposed to bloom in spring.
That's the strange bit. I thought they would have wilted by now. Wonder why they're still in bloom.
Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that they're in a botanical garden where people specially trained to look after these plants are looking after them.
I only believe what I see with my own eyes. I think they were waiting for us. Waiting for the day we all got back together again.
How are you seeing that with your own eyes? The idea that these plants have intentionally waited just for us? What part of seeing them blooming makes you think that plants now have, intentionality and that kind of sentience?
Maybe you're right, Kurumi-san. Destiny exists. See? I told you it was worth coming here.
Yes, Shion is an awful lot. She pretends to be scientific, but she's the worst of the bunch.
Yes, it was. Thank you. Hee And it was in best timing, too.
True. I think I've gotten my thoughts together now.
I hope you're thinking what I'm thinking. What? What's this all about?
You're going to tell us what you think IMA is about, right?
Yes, listen.
To my...
And my conclusion.
And now we have a bit of a time skip. But whose did we end up picking? Which theory? The 3 theories. Ooh, maybe we didn't pick anyone. Because this is the true ending. Now this is interesting.
Can we all sit down so we can talk comfortably? Who will go first?
I'm fine with whatever. But I guess going first. Actually, let's take a quick break here because my voice is beginning to go. I need to take a quick break. So now's a good chance to get up, walk around. You know, get that blood pumping. We don't want to get blood clots or deep vein thrombosis or varicose veins. So yeah, make sure you get some good circulation going. Go to the bathroom. Do whatever you need to. Get a drink. Have a stretch. And we'll be back here in, let's say, more than 5 minutes. 5, 6, 7, about 7 minutes. All right. Let's go. All right, we're back. Now, let's get going with, over to the game. I saved it while we were on break. Let's find out the true ending to this story. Finally, after God knows how many weeks. It's been over a month, I think, we've been doing this story. We're finally going to get the true ending. Hopefully my throat is now lubricated enough to do all these voices. Let's get this done. But yeah, Tracy, great to see you here. How's your week been? How's your, is it Saturday for you yet? My toad lubricated? Oh, my throat. Ah, I see. Is that what you were hearing? Go straight into your toad. You hanging in? How am I? I am doing great. I am just having a grand old time. It's surprisingly cool today, so that's good, because normally Saturdays are like so hot, because I do this like right in the middle of the afternoon when in the days that it's hottest. But today, it's been reasonable enough. Alright, let us begin. I'm fine with whatever, but I guess going first makes me nervous, and going last has a lot of pressure. Glance. Why is the glance within the quotation marks? Did she say glance out loud? That only leaves one choice. It wasn't intentional. No!
Okay. Then I'll go first. I want to go first. Tan-chan hates lining up. I just want to get this over and done with. Okay, then I'll go last. Haha, good. I got the best placing. Shion-chan, what about me and Yuta? Even if we ask, you two haven't reached your conclusions yet, have you?
You never had the attention span to do these games? Well, I don't typically read visual novels in my spare time, but this one has been so cringe. In fact, that's why we created the cringe command. So, you know, if anything cringe happens, we can just... Oh, that was a good one. And you'll get a random soundbite to help deal with the cringe. To help express the cringiness. But yeah, we've had so much fun doing this. It's definitely going to become a staple of the Saturday streams. So...
Even if we ask, you two haven't reached your conclusions yet, have you?
Thank you for that boner, Tracy.
When you put it that way, that's kinda hurtful. Don't take it personally. I wasn't condemning you. Rather, I think it's pretty convenient you haven't got a proper opinion.
Convenient? How?
There's a possibility the three of us have different theories.
Well, I'm actually pretty sure we've got different theories.
Hey, who knows? Maybe we've all got the same answer. We all get along. I know you all get along, but your opinions are already divided. So, It's convenient that we have somebody that can judge which of us seem to have the theory closest to the truth, don't you think?
You're saying we're people that can view your opinions from an unbiased perspective.
Yep. Are you up for it?
BRB? Okay.
Of course, right, Utah?
I'll do my best.
We all need you to listen to us and give each of us a fair chance. You're very good at that, aren't you, Kiria-kun?
Kozuki-san smiled, but looked sinister to me, and I trembled. Ha ha ha. Ooh, boy. You mean the ignorance was intentional?
Wow, Keian-chan didn't expect that.
Hey, wait. Unbiased opinion, right? That's different from being out of the circle, right?
It's your own doing, my friend. Enough kidding around.
Is it really kidding around?
Rumi-san, can you tell us your opinion?
We all looked at her. She looked slightly nervous, but coughed and started her theory.
Ahem. Okay, I'll begin. My theory on AMA is that we're the outsiders. We're the outsiders? But we've been that all the time. Ever since AMA started, we've always been the outsiders. That isn't a theory, but a fact. Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that we're the outsiders way before IMA started.
You mean... I realized what she was trying to say, and almost spoke on her behalf. But I stopped myself, realizing that I was the judge here, so I couldn't make her words mine.
Yes, it isn't that everyone went funny, it's us.
Are you saying that IMA is something like an immune system that works against us?
Something like that, I guess. Yeah! It was Shi-chan that gave me a hint. Shi-chan always says that things that can't be observed aren't definite. So the fact that we don't exist is proven when we aren't seen.
So the fact that we don't exist is proven when we aren't seen. How can you prove something doesn't exist? You can't prove a negative.
And it's because the fault is in us. I talked about the GNUs, remember?
You do love a good GNU.
That they migrate and take a hard route to shake off the weak and the hurt?
Oh,
That we migrate and...
yeah, okay. I got the wrong voice for that one, but okay.
I think we're about to be shaken off by a large herd known as the University of Tsukuba. It's not because of our weakness, but because we are different. People need to communicate. Nobody can live alone. Two people need to share, or they can't connect. But at the same time, people can't accept what's different from themselves.
Rumi-san smiled sadly.
So, we stop connecting with other people. So far, we've always looked to the outside to see what caused this all. But what if it were our fault? They say it is darkest under the lamppost.
Who says that? Oh, Fuma says that. But who says that, Fuma?
They say it's darkest under the lamppost.
Why would it be darkest under a lamppost? It's definitely going to be the brightest spot. That's more gibberish than it's always darkest before the dawn, which also isn't true, by the way. So, did you find out why we've been shaken off from the herd, Keian-chan?
That, I haven't quite figured out that part yet. But I'm sure something is there. We all have something similar that's different from the others. So far, we've theorized that maybe if we leave Tsukuba, IMA might spread. But maybe it's the other way around. Because we stay here, IMA won't end. I have a feeling that that's a possibility. So, you think we should leave Tsukuba? Yes. but I don't think that will completely fix the problem. There's probably someone out there that can't wait for us to leave Tsukuba. Not because it's the psychology of a herd, or anything profound or vague, but definitely. Why do you think so? Because of that application. If it shows the perimeter so clearly, maybe it's warning us to stay out. Yukun, you said yourself that it might serve as a warning. That prediction app, that place, was it? We never used it. But even if IMA didn't occur, I doubt we would have used it anyway. Really? I think I would have used it.
Uma, you said you didn't believe it when it predicted that you'd fail your subject.
I did.
Yeah. So I don't think you would have used Laplace. In fact, I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think we're different from the others. Students and the people that surround them do tend to have similarities. Yes! I thought maybe that was what the perimeter shows. It shows where the similarities end.
So, Keian-chan, your conclusion is that we're the ones that are different, right?
Dogi-chan-san? So it's your turn now?
Huh. Sorry, Keian-chan. I'm going to start now.
It's okay. I've said mostly what I want to say. Now I want to hear your opinion.
Okay, then I'll start. I'm going to say something completely the opposite of what you just said. Don't cry, okay?
I won't.
Good. Very good. Personally, I think it's everybody else that's gone wrong. IMA is like a sickness that infected everybody else. I've never changed that thought from the start.
Idiopathic mass amnesia, right?
Yes, Shion-chan, you've got a perfect memory. No worry for amnesia. Amnesia is said to be caused by several factors, like stress, injury, medication, alcohol, malnutrition. But there has never been a sickness where amnesia could actually spread and infect others. And that's what my theory is. IMA is an infection caused by some kind of virus or bacteria. It was actually Keian-chan that gave me this idea.
Huh? Did I say something?
You talked about parasites, remember? That climb into your brain and control you?
Ah, gross stuff. Barf.
I said so just now, but amnesia is caused by all sorts of reasons. And just as there are many factors that could be taken to reason, there are many types of symptoms for amnesia. For example, the type that can't remember new things, called anterograde amnesia, and the type where you can't remember your past, called retrograde amnesia. Sometimes there are cases where the subject can't remember current things occurring during the time they are affected by amnesia, but it's mostly those two types. So here's the question. Which is IMA?
Which? Retrograde. Because they don't remember anything about us before? But if the people that met us yesterday forget us today, wouldn't that make it anterograde?
What do you think, boy? Oh, okay.
Hey! Good to see you, Miss Pine. Good morning to you. Yes, we are having a grand old time. We are finally getting onto the true path of this game that we've been playing for, it feels like several months now. PG finished it? Oh, that's good news, Bruxus. PG, who you might have seen around here as Time Goblin, it sounds like he's finally finished Rambo, which was a game that was getting surprisingly long. It just kept extending and extending. Lasted a lot longer than we thought. And Bruxus, we are currently on the true path of this game, so we're getting close to finishing this as well. I think we're going to finish it this session. Finally. And we've just come up with a choice here. It didn't really give any answers, but it did engage us at the end. Okay, well that's not surprising. I actually do know Fran Bow, although I had forgotten how long the game went for. Like, I forgot all the way it just kind of
doesn't have much of a structure to it. Like, it just kind of, and then another thing happens, and then another thing happens, and there isn't much of an overarching structure, and that's why, like, it doesn't really, I do remember it not really giving answers at the end. But yeah, I'm glad that it engaged you all. Let's make a save before we make this choice. Okay, so is it anterograde amnesia, where you can't form new memories? Is it retrograde amnesia, where you've forgotten already formed memories? Or is it neither? Well, that's the problem. Is that you've given me two different ways that this works. But yeah, Amber, how's your day going? I hope you're excited for Oh, everyone go give let's give Amber a shout out, actually, because she is debuting tonight, tomorrow, whatever. She's debuting soon. Her next stream's going to be her debut stream, so let's give her a shout out. Give her a follow. She is a wonderful ASMR-esque PNG tuber. Who we raided last stream. Yeah. Just after Dead Space yesterday. You sort of tried figuring out what the thing was about. You think it's mostly sort of about her working through her trauma. Yeah, it seems almost like hyper-specific to Franbro herself. Like, it's like almost like it's talking about a real person and their issues rather than like a character. There isn't much overarching plot. It's hard to glean stuff. Like, it's like, okay, it's about her trauma and also like having a mental illness and stuff. But it feels so kind of specific and not story. Like I said, it doesn't have much of a structure. It's just kind of like, oh, and then this thing happened, and then this thing happened. And you can relate it to like what it's getting at, what it's gesturing at. But there isn't some kind of big one thing. Which I guess, you know, is how mental health is like in real life, you know. There isn't some big one, easy, explainable, like, kind of storyline to people's lives. People's lives are just, yeah, that's why I wasn't that fast. That's why I hadn't been super checking in on Franbro, is because, honestly, it's not a game I particularly like. I do think that, from what I've seen of Misfortune, it looks better. You know, I like the idea of Franbro. I should like it, but it doesn't coalesce into something larger. And that can be frustrating, I think. But getting back to this game, idiopathic mass amnesia. You've told me like multiple times different ways of how this works. I haven't been able to pin down exactly how idiopathic mass amnesia. Do people forget us at midnight, or do they forget us the second they stop thinking about us? Because that would greatly influence which one of these it is. And because of the fact that you seem to have suggested both situations, I guess I'm gonna have to say it's neither. Little Misfortune is very good. You won't say anything, but it's surprisingly good. Yeah, that's why I really want to stream it. That's why I really want to get it as well. It just looks really good from what I've seen of it. Like, it's like, oh, okay, I get what's going on, kind of stuff. It just felt more coherent from what I saw of it. So I guess we're gonna have to answer it's neither. I think it's neither.
Man, again? You're going to be vague again? Come on, make up your mind.
Usually, I'd be happy to take Fuma's side, but on this count, I'm on the same side as Boy. Because I think it's neither, too.
Neither is the correct answer? Heian-chan isn't happy with that conclusion. But if you think about it, it's true. If you can't remember your memories of the past, it's retrograde, but resetting your memory daily would be anterograde.
And I believe it's because some sort of virus or bacteria that began here, Yuki-san said as she tapped on her head. So, those little organisms get in the human brain, causing both types of amnesia.
I see. But Togi-chan-san, do you have any proof?
Well, I tried looking at my spit and pieces of my clothes under a microscope, but unfortunately, I couldn't find anything.
Why would you be looking at your own spit? Wouldn't we be the ones who aren't being infected by bacteria or virus? Because we're the ones who aren't displaying symptoms of amnesia. We know we exist. So you can't be sure.
Yup. But that could possibly back up another aspect of my theory.
Which is...
That the 5 of us are immune to this IMA strain.
Yeah, well, obviously. We're the ones not displaying symptoms.
We've got such a strong immune system that I can't find any trace of bacteria or virus at all. Getting back to Keian-chan's hint. If our immune system is so strong, we wouldn't be a threat to we would be a threat to the virus itself.
I don't think that that's necessarily true. People who are immune to things aren't necessarily a threat to viruses. They're just an inability to reproduce inside of. Also, bacteria and viruses are too small to be seen with visible light frequencies. That's why you use like a radio microscope, right? Is that what that's for? Also, can viruses like affect the brain? Like, I guess in the larger sense when they attack the immune system and stuff, but like something as specific as amnesia you would think would be either a bacterial infection or maybe some kind of prion misfolding? An electron microscope, that's what I was thinking of. This game isn't really bothered with realism. Yes, as we saw last week when Shion seemed to believe that the Earth only started moving when we invented telescopes, and that the future is literally blue. Oh, that really melted my brain.
So, it caused people to forget us.
You think that the virus or bacteria is that sentient, it specifically singled out people who are immune to it to make them forget? Again, bacteria and viruses aren't that sentient. They're not that high level functioning. They do things randomly. That's how they exist. Oh, not bacteria. Bacteria kind of live, but they still can't think. They're not aware of us on this larger scale, Togi. Like the parasites that control the snails, they don't know what they're doing. They just have developed this thing that makes the snails climb up to the highest thing always, and they survive to continue being parasites because they then get eaten by the correct hosts, because they were in the snails that decided to go where the host will eat them. It's random evolution. Like, it's not... Viruses can do weird stuff. Rabies? Rabies is a virus. Is rabies a virus or is it bacteria? Now you're gonna make me want to have to look that up, but I won't. I won't grind the story to a halt, but... Because I thought rabies can, like, also exist in water sources. Oh, now I'm double guessing myself. Because that gets into the nerve and slowly works its way up, and then when it reaches the brain... But again, that's... doesn't affect amnesia. That's more like the brain begins breaking down. It's a nerve thing. I don't know. I guess, something as specific as amnesia and not causing any other effects, that to me feels like something only... maybe even bacteria wouldn't make sense. And I mean, we're in purely fantastical territory here. I don't know why I'm trying to make sense of it.
So, it causes people to forget us.
It's easier to make them hate us than forget about us, isn't it?
Tut, Shion-chan. If they hated us, it's inevitable that one of them would attack us at some point. They'd have to get close to us to do that.
Parasite or fungi would make more sense. Yes, exactly.
But there's also no such thing as tomato juice vampires, but here we are.
Yes, sexually transmitted genetic vampires that get superhuman strength and stop aging when they feed on human blood. And it's all also psychological. Apparently it's all in our head. It's... blah.
They'd have to get close to us to do that.
If that ever happens, I'll fight them back.
See? There are bound to be people as aggressive as Keian-chan here. If the host gets weak, the parasite gets affected too.
Again, Togi, you're applying a lot of intentionality to what is typically random mutations or random decisions, random instincts by bacteria and viruses, Well, viruses don't really have
instincts or even decision-making capabilities. But parasites do. To a lesser or greater degree.
Actually, fungi, the more I think about it, fungi would be a really good... A fungal infection might make the most sense. You might be right there, Bruxus. I hadn't considered fungi, but you might be right there. Then, what's the perimeter for? Your theory doesn't touch that.
In my theory, this is where Laplace comes to play. Laplace? That was unexpected. A future prediction app didn't look like it had anything to do with Togi-san's theory so far. Here's my next question. If you're going to predict what's going to happen in the future, what's the most inconvenient thing? Fungi are good at making chemicals. I mean, you're not wrong.
Some kind of fungi that could affect maybe somewhere else in the body, but release some kind of, what do they call it? Mycotoxin? Mycotoxin? The fungi chemicals, the mushroom chemicals that specifically targeted memory formation or something like that. That could do it. Yeah. At the very least, you could definitely, well, I don't say definitely, but you could definitely affect people's abilities to form new memories. I don't know how well a chemical could target people's ability to recall, but you wouldn't be damaging specific memories. They just have a complete generalized amnesia. Their ability to recall would be affected entirely, not something specific as in, like, forgetting specific people. But yeah, it's certainly the most plausible theory. Here's my next question. If you're going to predict what's going to happen in the future, what's the most inconvenient thing? Anything unpredictable.
Kozuki-san replied immediately. Bingo! And we here are the most unstable, unpredictable people around. Yogi-san tapped her head again. What if the people around us are controlled not only to forget about us, maybe they're being manipulated in places we can't see?
You mean?
Maybe they are being controlled so they would be simpler. So they don't have as many choices.
Yes. Turkey is deeply unstable.
If that happens, that would raise the accuracy of the predictions and their credibility. Yeah, completely unstable, but not unpredictable. I'd definitely do that if I could. If that's the case. Yes, that's criminal, isn't it? Can't forgive that, can we? I certainly want to punch whoever did this into a pulp. Yogi-san spoke in a slow drawl as usual, but her eyes glinted with a cold fury that against the unseen enemy. My answer to Shion-chan's question is that the perimeter was set by whoever came up with the experiment to manipulate the samples inside. The perimeter is, maybe something that marks the area of affected subjects?
Actually, that brings up a good point that kind of throws any of this theory under the bus, is the fact that idiopathic mass amnesia only works in a certain area. There's nothing that would explain that. Like, why would fungi or parasites or bacteria or viruses just stop affecting someone's memory once you went outside of a certain area? That doesn't make sense. Like, maybe if it was a large enough area, like it was something like temperature over a temperature average or something like that, but that could, inhibit production of whatever the virus or bacteria or infector did, but nothing as small as a university campus.
Our existence would be problematic for the experiment subjects.
So, you think there's a bad guy that changed everyone? And we should stay and do something about it?
Yes. Was that uncharacteristic of me to suggest? I suppose it was.
I wouldn't say that. But if you were right, I'd be on your side.
Thanks, Keian-chan. So, Shion-chan, that leaves you.
Before I explain my theory, I'd like to line up a few facts.
Kozuki-san began.
Indeed it is, it's Fupa sweater. Kiria-kun, do you remember the last email I sent you?
The one that said, look at the H2 rocket?
Did you?
I did.
What was it like?
It was broken in half.
And? I need to know what happened next.
I just wondered how it was possible.
Okay, so you didn't study the opening, where it snapped in two? It was snapped in half pretty high up. So you didn't see. Let's go see the rocket, shall we? I'd like you all to take a look first.
Finally, we're gonna find out about this goddamn rocket. How did it get broken in half? Well, we know how it got broken in half. It was because Togi-san is a vampire, and Shion asked Togi to break it. And now it's been fixed randomly. We left the botanical gardens and headed toward the Central Park. Yes, the astrophysics cosmologist lunatic. I didn't expect that Shion-chan would become the character I hate the most out of all of them. I think I actually maybe like Togi-san the most, just because she's so gregarious, and her storyline is just so batshit insane, it felt like they knew that they were doing something insane when they made it. We made our way toward the H2 rocket. What we saw was...
What? Why?
We stood there, stunned.
It's back to normal. How? When we were gathered here earlier, it was still snapped in two, wasn't it?
Yeah, literally this same day, it was still broken. And now it's already fixed. That misinterprets quantum physics in the most selfish way. Exactly, Bruxus. Maybe someone fixed it while we were walking the botanical garden. No way.
Oh no, I've got to rethink this. Wait, maybe this is proof that... No, maybe it's the other way around? Or it's the other way around, the other way around. But that would make it right, and... No, yes, but no. But now, did we shift? No, that's strange. That should happen late at night.
Hey, calm down. Don't leave us. We can't help you out if you don't share your thoughts.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, What did you want to show us in the first place, Shion-chan? The inside of the H2 rocket was hollow. Of course it is. It's a fake. You can't expect it to have the insides like the real thing. That's not what I meant. What I really mean is, it was hollow. There wasn't anything inside. There was no detail. There wasn't even a thickness to the walls. And now I'm beginning to wonder if that was real.
I remember that too, so I can assure you that what you saw was true.
But Mayuzumi-san had a different perspective.
Yes, I didn't think it was related. Of course, I was curious as to how that came to be.
If Togi-san saw it too, then it can't be that you were just seeing things.
Holographic principle? That would explain what the hell they're talking about when they say it was hollow. Like, that's always confused me as to be like, what are you trying to say? Like, that it's like two-dimensional or something? Like, the insides was it bigger on the inside? I'm interested in the rocket too, but can you explain what you were trying to prove to us first, Kozuki-san?
All right, I was about to say that I believe that the world within the perimeter was created out of duplicates. Duplicates? Yes, this version of the University of Tsukuba looks like its regular self, but it's actually made of several layers of duplicates. And the people inside have as many duplicates too, like a parallel world. But we are the only ones that keep existing on one single layer. That was my theory. It was Mayazumi-san that gave me the idea.
Me? Oh, I'm excited.
You know my stance is that I will only believe in what I can see with my own eyes, right?
You say that, but we know that's definitely not true, Shion.
You believe in a vast array of things that you definitely have not seen with your own eyes. We can only see what light reflects in our world.
I mean, unless you're using like a radio telescope or an electron microscope, or you know what I mean.
Not just light, maybe microwaves or some other substance that's invisible to the human eye. Maybe it's the substance that gives us our souls.
Why are we talking about souls? What does that got to do with literally anything?
The origin of what created life on our Earth. I could theorize something like that, too. So, if Kurumi-san believes that the problem lies with us, and Mayazumi-san believes that the problem lies around us, I'd say the problem is in the world itself. Every day at midnight, the five of us shift into a world where we never existed at the University of Tsukuba.
So it happens at midnight. Is that what you were saying now? Because
Eika-san
definitely forgot us within like 5 minutes of like walking away, and we all acted like that was normal, that people forget us the second they stop thinking about us. Other times you've said it's always at midnight that people forget us. Can you please pick a lane game, or acknowledge that there's some kind of discrepancy going on here?
Of course, because we've never existed there before, nobody would remember us. And even if we do something, when midnight comes, we shift to another world again when nobody has met us before. But we're not in a world where we never existed. Our names are still on the roll. Our physical previous things are still happened.
Like, our rooms are still free for us. Like, we're still able to, like, live in the space. Like, there are still the spots in class and on rolls and stuff. It's just that no one remembers us. It's literally just that people have forgotten us. Not that we didn't exist.
But because all these parallel worlds are so closely linked together, every physical change that was made remains in all the worlds. So, if we write something in a notebook, it stays.
Hang on, I gotta read that again. But because all these parallel worlds are so closely linked together, every physical change that was made remains in all the worlds. Can, do you not think brains are physical? Of course not, you believe in souls. So what do you think's happening when people get amnesia? You think that that's affecting their souls? You think that that's affecting some kind of non-material realm? Well, that's exactly what, that's how the rocket got, like, that's why she's confused about how the rocket got fixed. She's like, if we shifted, it should have happened at midnight. The rocket should have only gotten fixed on the next day. It should still be broken as it was this morning. That's what's thrown off her entire theory, Bruxus.
During these 2 months, I've been doing research with Mizuki-chan to find out at which point her memory of me disappeared. It was simple. We just stared at each other in the room for the entire night. We would watch when a change occurred. It's kind of exciting if you imagine it.
Shion-chan, you horny girl.
Yes! No, it wasn't anything like that. It was strictly for science. We simply stayed up all night, together in a pure, clean environment. Believe me, Kiria-kun, nothing happened.
What is this? Fucking anime. So, what was the result of the experiment?
I find it strangely disappointing that you just ignored me. Ahem. The result was this. Mizuki-chan claimed at the moment midnight struck was as if I materialized before her eyes.
But we know Mizuki-chan is actually in on all of this. She is not to be trusted. So, the fact that she says that doesn't mean anything. She could have been saying that specifically to lead Shion-chan down the wrong path. So maybe this shifting can happen at any moment, not just at midnight. which would fit in with what happened with Aika-san and the others. And also why it was so kind of nebulous, because it didn't affect, what was his name? Takuma? The young boy we were with. Even though he'd wandered off, he still seemed to remember us when we saw him again, a few minutes later or whatever. Which we thought was strange, but we kind of chalked it up to, like, maybe we just stayed in his memory the entire time. Maybe he hadn't stopped thinking about us.
Mizuki-chan claimed that the moment midnight struck, it was as if I materialized before her eyes.
That's...
What do you think? Doesn't that support my theory? But Shi-chan, your theory doesn't include Laplace at all. What do you think Laplace was for? Starting with an explanation of how Laplace works. First, you're supposed to add in your schedule for the day. Then, it estimates what will happen. Everyone knows about that part, right?
We all nodded back.
We get more information other than whether we will gain a credit or not now. If there are several parallel worlds laid upon each other, and there are very, very slight differences, don't you think there would at least be one version of yourself that would do exactly what you want to do that day? It's a possibility. You're the same person after all. Of course you would think the same way. When Laplace's prediction doesn't work, it could mean that there wasn't a version of yourself that took the action it claimed you would. If parallel worlds are increasing by the second, then Laplace would get more accurate as days go by.
I don't know about that, but I'm not going to stop to try and think about that.
Someone realized the existence of these parallel layers, and they made an application to use the situation to their advantage. It could be something like that.
I find that hard to believe that someone would know about parallel worlds and they would use it to make an app. They knew that we were changing between parallel worlds, and their big idea was to make an app with it, rather than the people behind the app are responsible for these parallel worlds intersecting. I would think that that's more logical in this situation. Or that Laplace itself was causing these shifts. And that someone has noticed that we were exceptions, right?
Yes, very good, Kirya-kun.
Shion-san, you're the one that said that there were people watching us, and they are probably our enemies.
Yes, they installed the applications on our phones in hope we would use them. They wanted us to notice the perimeter, so we wouldn't be exceptions anymore.
Huh?
Huh? Why would that be a bad thing to do? That person is trying to fix IMA, isn't he? Only if IMA is concluded as something evil.
Do you mean you think otherwise? This was a delicate question. I could feel us all tense up. Kozuki-san, however, relaxed and made a thin smile.
We're Bertha's knights. We'll do what everyone decides. But, if I may, I'd like to maintain this IMA situation for a while. Do you mean you don't mind having all the people in your life, those that you care about, forget about you, Shion-san? I never said that. It's just that we're listening. I love you all, you know.
Kozuki-san said shyly, with her head bent down. Kurumi-san jumped on her and wrapped her arms around her neck in a happy hug.
Yay! I do too, Shi-chan. Down. Kan-chan, down, girl, down. You're strangling her.
And to use it to mess with college students, yeah.
Oops. Sorry.
I'm sure we're all fond of one another, but it sure sounds goosebumps-inducing when you say that out loud.
I know it's unfair of me to say this, but the truth is that I'm not that lonely in this current situation. Sure, I missed you all in the past 2 months, but just by chatting with you all for a little while, that loneliness has dissolved already. I'm not the sort that makes many friends in the first place anyway.
I didn't expect that.
I'm not as nice as you think I am, Kirya-kun. Right, Mayazumi-san?
You mean that time? It was pretty shocking, especially for a delicate soul like me. That doesn't stop me from being your friend, though.
Huh? Chi-chan? Togi-chan? What happened?
Huh, it's a secret. I have to protect Shion-chan's honor.
Huh. That's unfair.
So, what are you up to, Kozuki-san the bad girl? Does it have anything to do with the fact you believe IMA isn't evil?
If this is a parallel world, I'd like to do as much as I can. Think about it. As long as we don't leave a physical mark, we can do anything we want.
That's a very disturbing thing to say. Shion, I know what you mean by that, what your great big master plan will turn out to be. We've seen that in your romance route, but when you put it like that, it sounds very disturbing.
Maybe we can afford to leave a large mark. If we just need to figure out a safe way to do it.
Kozuki-san's eyes gleamed as she looked up at the H2 rocket. Kozuki-san? Excuse me, my throat just made a weird noise. She really uses any excuse to get what she wants, doesn't she? Yes.
Just kidding. Did I get you?
I don't even know if she's kidding or not. When someone like you does that, Shion-chan, I don't know if I should take it seriously.
I can't understand what Shion-chan's saying, though. Oh, I can understand what Shion-chan's saying, though. Remember the last time when we went to feed the koi fishes yukon?
What's this about?
You remember what I said?
I remembered the way Kurumi-san chewed on her bread while we sat on the bench and smiled. I remember. You brought sad bread, because we weren't allowed to feed them human food, right?
Yeah, but I'd like to feed them as much as they want, if I could. If we shift into a different world, where what we did disappears, maybe it would be nice to see them eat my bread happily, and know they'll be okay the next day. If so, then it might be a world that I don't mind being in much. And also, nothing. Forget I said anything. That's unlikely of you to stop your sentence halfway.
Yeah, just say it.
Well,
Come on, I'll tickle you till you tell us. Togi-san stuck her arms out. Togi-san stuck her arms into the side of Kurumi-san's waist and began tickling her.
Mwaha! Haha! Okay, I'll talk. Just stop it, Togi-chan.
Kurumi-san went bright red in the face. I don't know if it was because she was flustered from all the tickling, or because she was shy. But she made her confession softly.
If what I did and what I do gets forgotten every day, I just thought maybe there was a chance to, find out what someone thinks about me. What am I saying? That's unfair, right? So, not me. No, I totally get you. I feel the same. So, Kiria-kun, I'm glad you're one of us, but at the same time, it's a shame you are.
What?
Nothing. Anyway, that's my theory. The accident caused it. Hang on. The accident caused it to take more time than anticipated, but that's all I have to say. Ma'am, question please. I'm not your teacher.
Hey, wait, maybe she was addressing me.
Never.
Impossible.
Chi-chan, what do you think about the rocket? Why did it go back to normal? I thought, if I couldn't find proof that I could see, I should look where I can't see. The idea itself is what Mizuki-chan gave me, though. It cost me to prove that, and something else, but I did get results. Or so I thought. But this...
Kozuki-san looked up at the rocket.
This is a little different from what I expected. I thought I'd impress you all by presenting the most convincing theory in the end. It didn't quite go as I hoped. That's it. That's 3 theories out now.
I'll get my Throat is drying up and tripping over my own words.
Let's take another quick break. We're coming up on the 3rd hour, but I think we'll keep going until we reach the
end of this story, no matter how long it takes.
So yeah, we'll take a quick break.
And we'll come back in 5 minutes. It's fascinating. Yeah, I'm curious as to how this is all going to coalesce. All right, everyone get up, get some circulation, get some more water, have a stretch, and do what you need to. I'll see you then.
All right, and we're back.
I'll give everyone a minute to get back into their seats, get in position, get ready for
the thrilling conclusion to this story. While we wait, let's have a sing-along.
I don't know what Mars is, and I was never there. I don't know what Mars is, and I was never there.
All right, then. Let's get back into the game.
Yes, and as you can see, all of our theories have their good and bad points. Some parts that are convincing, and some parts that are not.
I honestly don't think any of the theories were that convincing. We tried to entertain some of the ideas, but they really don't hold up.
That's why we needed you two, Kirya-kun and Fuma-kun, to listen to us with an unbiased view. So, what do you think?
I'm sorry, but this picture of Fuma is just like, this perfectly sums up my entire feelings about the storyline of this game. Just this fucking hands up, like, just like, kind of angry, ambivalent look. Just like, oh fuck, I don't know. What the fuck do you want from me? I glanced at Fuma, and he looked back uncertainly. I probably looked the same. I'd like to give you a sure opinion, but... Sorry, I don't have anything for now. I knew it. At first I was so confident of my idea, but now I'm not so sure anymore.
I don't think we have a sure answer for now, but I think one of our theories could be close to the truth. You don't have to rush and decide. Let's take the night to slowly think it over.
I was going to say yes when Togi-san slid over to whisper in my ear. Take a night and slowly think it over. In other words, she's saying, decide by tomorrow or else, isn't she? So pleasantly evil, like the Japanese mafia. The Japanese mafia? You mean the Yakuza? They have a word for the Japanese mafia, Togi.
Miyazumi-san, I heard that.
Okay, sorry.
Alright, let's think this over for a day. We'll have a discussion the day after tomorrow. Is that good enough?
Yes, ma'am. That sounds good enough. If Fuma and I couldn't find an answer during that time, I doubted having more time to think over it would make any difference. We'd have to rethink the whole situation from the start. If you don't have a good enough theory for the situation, don't go with one theory. Keep it open. If none of the theories hold up to scrutiny, then none of them could be correct.
Yukun, Fukun, if you need Kan-chan, just give me a call. Anytime, when you need help, okay? Or rather, why don't I just join you while you think? Yeah, I think I should do that.
No,
You can't. If you do that, there wouldn't be any point in getting them to be the judges.
Rosiki-san grabbed onto Kurumi-san's collar and dragged her away from us.
No! Stop! I hate waiting for an answer!
Well then, boy. Bye-bye. We'll take care of Kan-chan. Don't worry. I'll take care of Shion-chan, too.
I'm not going to run away again. That's it. Bye, everyone. We're going back to the apartment.
But what are you two going to do?
Yuta, let's check out the rocket before we head home. It's too weird. It's like a trick. Aren't you curious?
I am. We can cut through the expo center to get close, right?
Yep.
I was about to tell everyone we were going to head to the rocket. Clamp. Someone grabbed my shoulder. It was a firm grip that hurt me. I turned back to find a familiar face. It was the man we saw the other day at Kumano Shrine. Wow, I didn't expect that character to be coming back. I know that guy. So this was when we were scouting the perimeter and we were visiting all the shrines. This guy came up to us and said he'd seen us going to all the shrines and stuff. I don't remember much more than that, though. He wasn't a particularly interesting character. Like I said, he didn't have character art either. Like, he was just described as a guy. Familiar-looking man. I hope you aren't going to do anything stupid. His voice was cold, but his expression remained soft. The effect was frightening. Can you let go, please? You know too much now. I'm going to have to make a few corrections. Corrections? What did he mean? I was about to ask when... Are you mad? Isn't that against the rules? With a dull, heavy thud, the man was thrown off of me. His body bent in a funny angle as he was tossed into the air. A tall woman had kicked him in the ribs. The man landed in the lake with a big splash.
Phew, close call, huh? That was dangerous, wasn't it? Can't you be thankful to me?
The woman wore a comforted smile, as if she knew she should receive praise. She had a scarf around her neck, although it was midsummer. Who are you? You didn't have to hurt him.
Oh, really? That's how you're going to show your gratitude?
She spat, and then lost interest in me completely, facing the others.
Hello, little bunny, foxy lady, puppy doggy.
Bunny? Foxy?
I mean, we guessed Can was kind of dog-like. But bunny and fox? I guess Togi's pretty cunning like a fox. And that makes Shion the rabbit? I don't really know how to place rabbits as, like, characteristic-wise. Bunny? Me? Oh.
I'm the fox.
Woof? Hey, wait. You call me a dog very naturally, but I'm not convinced that's the right choice for me, especially if you take my gender into consideration. I'm beginning to wonder if my answer woof was even appropriate. Was it appropriate?
That was... okay, wow. That's a lot of words.
Can you sum that up in a phrase? At least you got mentioned. I wasn't even acknowledged.
Nozuki-san looked tired from her ranting. She was breathing heavily. Uma took over the conversation after making the sad comment.
Who are you? Actually, I do know who you are. You're the one that was fighting with Haru the other day. Mitsuru, right?
What is this? It's pretty rare that I butt in to save someone, and somehow I feel like I'm not welcome here. Never mind, I guess. I get scolded if I meddle with you lot any further anyway.
You just saved Yukon, Mitsuru-san.
I did, didn't I?
Thank you. It's just that it looked pretty severe.
What are you talking about?
I don't see what I did wrong.
Turn around and look at the lake, won't you? We did as we were told, but...
Hey, he's gone!
The ripples on the surface remain, telling us he had been there. The man himself had disappeared without a trace. Did he drown? If you kick a person into water and then you don't see them anymore, I would imagine that they drowned.
Did he run away?
Impossible. Didn't you see the way his body bent? His spine definitely snapped there, sideways. Wait, you believe that she had broken the man's spine and kicked him into water, and you didn't immediately try and go rescue him? He's definitely gonna drown. Oh, now, what is wrong with you people? Besides, if he had run away, we'd be able to find footprints.
Maybe he sank.
Finally! My God. No, the lake isn't that deep.
Isn't that deep for him to sink when he's got a broken spine?
What do you mean?
I think it's deep enough if you were lying down. I mean, the human body, thickness-wise, how thick can the human body get? It can't be that thick. Like, skull size? Shoulder size? Hey, you!
When we look back, Mitsuru-san had already gone. What was that? Ooh, this is called the conclusion. Maybe we're finally gonna get some answers. Fuma and I left the girls and headed home. Before we did, we stopped by the H2 rocket, but there wasn't much that we could find out. The only thing noteworthy was that when we tried to check the rocket out, we met that man and Mitsuru-san. Wait, what? You met Mitsuru and the man again? The only thing noteworthy was that when we tried to check the rocket out, we met that man and Mitsuru-san. That sounds very noteworthy. What do you mean? There wasn't much. What?
Hey, Yuta! If we used Laplace, do you think it would have said anything about what happened today?
I doubt it. Laplace wasn't accurate from the very beginning of today. The lady in the ticket booth at the Botanical Gardens said that Kozuki-san wouldn't arrive today after all.
You think so too? Yeah. Fui, if it could tell us who had the right theory, things would be so much easier.
It wouldn't have worked anyway. If the application said, this is the right answer, do you think those three would have been convinced?
Good point. Togi-chan would have probably sucked the living souls out of us, Kayan-chan would bury us, and Shion-san would probably pretend we never existed ever.
So, to prevent that from happening, let's go sort a few facts out together at the usual place. I pointed at the Hirasuna Community Center. Fuma nodded.
It's kinda
lonely with just the two of us.
It's strange, too, how we're sitting face to face. We're usually side by side. It's strange and pretty lackluster.
Fuma, do you expect those three to provide some sort of luster?
Hey, Yuta, don't tell me you don't find any attraction to Kayan-chan's boobs or Shion-san's booty.
Warning. Biohazard detected.
I'm lost for words. He's literally reduced two of the girls down to just their breasts and their ass. It's not... Don't tell me you don't find any attraction to Kayan-chan or Shion-san. It's literally just her boobs. As if, like, if we were to cut them off, that would be the attractive part, not the woman attached to them. Fucking anime. And does that mean the fupa sweating was designed to draw attention to her butt? Is that what was going on there? I did not understand that we were supposed to be, oogling Shion's butt this entire time. Oh my god. That's me bumping my head against the mic. This fucking game. Fucking anime.
Dude, are you gay? You seem happy to be stuck here with me, staring into my eyes.
When was this game made? Was this made in, like, 1991? I hope this game's from 1991. Okay, Fuma. Now that I know exactly how you feel, I'll tell Togi-san how she never even came into the equation. I mean, if Fuma wasn't such an asshole, I would kind of wish he was romanceable. But he's such an annoying little dweeb that I would never want to romance him. I smiled brightly.
Sorry, please don't do that. I want to live.
Fuma begged desperately.
Can you tell me the truth, though? Who's your favorite? There's no way you aren't attracted to at least one of them.
Fuma, is it absolutely impossible for me to be friends with 3 women and not find one of them attractive? Or at least not attractive in that way? Fuma? Please?
Hey, we're alone now. You can tell me.
Hmm? Ooh, it's an option. It's an option. Okay, we're saving. I mean, we gotta pick Fuma, right? We've got to. I know I said that I wouldn't want to romance him, but... I mean, we gotta. Why the fuck would we pick out of these 3 when we could pick Fuma?
It's the ultimate form of friendship.
Exactly, Tracy. It's the ultimate form of friendship. Falling in love with our best friend. You, Fuma.
Ew!
Hey, don't get grossed out. It was just a joke. Yes, I was joking.
You should consider the time and place you're at. That was bad TPO.
The fuck is TPO? Is this some lingo that I don't understand from the kids, or is this gonna get explained? Well then, what about you, Fuma?
Oh, we got the achievement besties.
We're just guys being dudes. We're just 2 handsome men being very good friends. Well then, what about you, Fuma?
Huh? Is it that Haru?
Is it that Haru girl?
Shut up.
Thank you, bot. TPO? Toilet paper, obviously. That's bad toilet paper, obviously. Is that the reason you tried so hard cracking the application? You didn't want her to forget you? Ah, understandable.
Hey, don't jump to conclusions. She's a friend from childhood. I don't want to forget me, that's true, but it's not like that.
Hmm? Really?
Nah. Stop. End of conversation.
You started it.
Okay, let's think about those theories. We'll talk about stuff, like that after IMA's fixed, okay?
Yeah, okay. Let's start with Kurumi-san's theory.
Haha, here you shall bow to my greatness. I actually took notes while they made their presentation.
Wow, that is impressive.
Starting with Keian-chan, right? Keian-chan believes that we're different, therefore the University of Tsukaba has cast us out from the herd.
Right.
IMA is there to make us leave this place, and we're an exception since we don't use Laplace the way all the others do. Personally, I don't think Keian-chan's theory sounds right. But I do think she makes a good point.
Same with me. Not just with Kurumi-san, though. I feel the same way about the other 2 theories.
Then what do you think is relevant in Keian-chan's theory?
Ooh, interesting. Lots of choices. But we saved at the who we love part, so we don't need to make saves for each individual choice, I don't think. For Keian-chan, that would be the fact that people of the University of Tsukaba have the characteristics of a herd. The idea if we leave the university, IMA would fix itself. The idea that it's not the people that are affected with IMA that have the problem, but that the problem lies with us. Did you miss the part where they meet the parents? No. We have not met the parents, as it were. Nobody's had their eye poked out. We know that much. I guess we'll pick the bottom one. The idea that the problem's with us.
I see your point. Next, Toki-chan-san. To put Togi-chan's theory into one sentence, she's saying, somebody spread a virus that affects our brains to test and improve on the future prediction app.
Wait, that's what Togi was saying? That someone deliberately spread a virus just to improve their app. Why would you? Why? Why would you do that? How does that help your future prediction app if you're controlling people's minds? It's not a party yet. Yeah. Why would you want to improve a future prediction app if you're controlling the outcomes? That doesn't make sense. You're not improving the app in any way. You're just improving the predictability of a virus you've created that can control people's brains, which seems like the much bigger discovery you've got there.
There's a special virus spread within the restricted area that's causing IMA. The reason IMA occurs is because we're immune to the virus. The person that started it doesn't want us to go near the people affected, in case they get immunity too. What do you think are the important points in her theory?
The fact that IMA was an environment in which to test and make Laplace more accurate. The fact that there is a virus that controls people. The fact that if we leave Sukaba, we might cause IMA to occur outside too. I think the fact that IMA was an environment in which to test and make Laplace more accurate seems like the most important part of that theory, I think. IMA and Laplace are definitely connected. And the fact that there's an exclusion zone around the IMA area now, there's a quarantine around it, suggests that, it is supposed to be some kind of self-contained environment. And what we've gleaned from the other... Has anyone ever seen The Big Lebowski? Yeah, I've seen The Big Lebowski. Yeah, I've seen The Big Lebowski plenty of times. I'm a big Coen Brothers fan. You're as lost as Donnie was in that entire movie. What does he say? When he's talking about John Lennon, he's like, Lennon wrote, I am the walrus, or something like that? Yeah, I am the walrus. V.I. Lennon! Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. So yeah, I'd say that the fact IMA was an environment in which to test and make Laplace more accurate. Good point. Lastly, Shion-san. Her theory is that at midnight we shift into a different parallel world where we never existed. You're like a child who wanders into the middle of a movie and... Well, honestly, I think you can pick up enough from context, and all the other weird bits that aren't fixed in your mind are probably questions we also have too. There's a lot of confusing stuff going on here. But ask away. Bruxus and I will be sure to answer your questions if you're confused as things come up and stuff. But to try and begin to explain the story from the beginning, I wouldn't even know where to begin anymore at this point. It's such a tangled mess. Honestly, it's not that complicated, but the way it's presented, if I was to try and tell it in a chronological order, it's way more confusing than if I was to just give you a list of information. You thought this was a dating game? Well, technically, we have had 3 romanceable routes, and maybe we could have ended up with one of the girls if we picked something other than Fuma at the end there. But I guess they gave us an option not to end up with anyone, which, is nice. But it's a visual novel. It's not specifically a dating sim. There's no mechanics for, improving our relationships. We just can pick the right words to say to them. But yeah, there is romanceable routes. We did elope with, not Shion, Kayan in one route. We went on a date with Shion in her route. And then we, had sex with Togi and became a vampire in her route. That was a thing that happened. I'll let that sink in for a moment. Togi is a vampire, and when we had sex with her, we became a vampire too, that can gain superpowers like super strength and stop aging when we drink human blood. New Nick Cage vampire movie trailer. There's a new Nick Cage vampire movie? Or the trailer is new. Because I remember Vampire's Kiss, that classic, well, I say classic, very old, that 80s Nick Cage. Oh, Renfield. Ah, okay. Oh, is that what you were talking about the other day? No, I haven't seen that. What's it about? Because, yeah, that's where that classic, you don't say meme comes from, is Vampire's Kiss. It's a very insane movie that has some weird parallels, Vampire's Kiss. Has some weird parallels to American Psycho, of all things. Like, I wonder if, like, what was his name? Bret Easton Ellis? Like, saw that movie while he was writing American Psycho or something. Because there's weird, like, parallels there of, like, a bit, like a yuppie going insane. $2.50 worth of art assets thrown together with a story that has more effort put into it than it should. Misguided effort, but effort nonetheless. Yeah, there certainly hasn't been a lot of quality, certainly hasn't been any, like, background assets. It's just been random, like, what look like random photos taken. Like, I wouldn't even call them stock photos because they're not pretty enough to have been, like, put in a stock library. These are clearly photos that someone went out and took around their location and have just applied a lazy Photoshop filter over the top of. I mean, the art itself is nice, but there also isn't that many expressions or poses. The CG art, honestly, leaves a lot to be desired.
These parallel worlds only exist within the restricted area, in layers. They are closely linked together, so physical changes may remain and are shared in other worlds.
Very little effort usually, so...
IMA doesn't exist. It simply doesn't know who we are. Everybody simply doesn't know who we are. Laplace is made by someone who's able to observe these parallel layers. She also thinks we are probably obstructive for this somebody. So, what are the highlights of her theory?
IMA occurs at midnight. We definitely know that's not correct. We aren't in our original world. The H2 rocket wasn't supposed to return to its original state. Yeah, that's what I would point out as being the biggest flaw. Is that what we were trying to get? Were we trying to point out the biggest flaw or the biggest plus? But someone managed to put it together and sell it to at least one person. Am I that one person? Thanks, Bruxus. I feel special now.
Interesting. So, we've narrowed it down to 3 points now. Yuta, can you figure anything out?
I thought about my selections in my head, but... No, this isn't it. Sorry, Fuma. I need to rethink this. Can we start from the beginning? I have a feeling I'm missing something important.
Sure, take as much time as you need.
Okay, so this is some kind of weird minigame where I gotta pick the right choices? Relevant. Okay, let's try picking out the big problems. The people at the University of Tsukuba have the characteristics of a herd. We know that's not true because some people at the university have remembered us from time to time, but also then forgotten us. And he's not going to give us any... Oh, man. This wasn't in the guide to make these choices. The fact that there's a virus that controls people? It'd be better if someone made a visual novel about a mystery of why people can only ever think of 3 options in any situation. That would be really good, Roxas. That kind of meta kind of thing. I would love to write something like that. Something that can really deconstruct some of these kinds of staples of visual novels. Lastly, Shion-san. IMA occurs at midnight. Okay, that's not it. God, how the fuck are we supposed to be... Are we supposed to do this? Okay, let's speed up. The idea if we leave the university, IMA would fix itself. In fact, if we leave Tsukuba, we might cause IMA to occur out there too. We aren't in our original world?
Interesting. So we've narrowed it down to 3 points now.
Yeah. Fuck me. Am I gonna have to look up another guide? Because it's not in my guide here, I don't think. Choosing all of these will lead you to the true ending. Togi's route. Kan's route. Shion's route. We've done those. Okay, there's a secret ending, true ending section. How do I find that in the guide? Secret achievements? First evidence, second evidence, third evidence. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, I think I found it on the guide. Time to make a truth table and start marking off which ones we choose, yeah. Starting with Kan-chan. Okay, let's speed up. So, available choices. Number 1 is the idea it's not the people that are affected with IMA that have the problem. But the problem lies with us. Okay, next we do the fact that IMA was an environment in which to test and make Laplace more accurate. Okay, we did those two, I think. First time around. So we fucked up on the third choice. Oh, okay. So the third choice is supposed to be, we aren't in our original world.
So we're the ones that are different from the others. IMA is made to raise Laplace's accuracy. And we're in a different place from our original world. I don't see how those points connect. Are you really sure about it?
I'm beginning to lose confidence too. Puma, do you mind? I was going to say start over from the beginning, but then something crossed my mind. Starting over? Resetting? Hey, Puma, Kozuki-san mentioned that the inside of the H2 rocket was hollow, right?
Yeah, she did.
I think we're on a roll now because the theme's playing. The areas that people weren't supposed to look at didn't have anything there, as if they weren't made from the start. Are we gonna get meta with this? Are we gonna find out that this is actually a game or something? They weren't made from the start? What do you mean by that, Yuta? Where are you going with this? But when the inside of the rocket was exposed, it was fixed back to normal when we weren't looking, as if it were reset. I knew that this whole time-traveling looping thing was going to be like their way of explaining how we could redo routes, how we could gain memories from routes we'd already done. So I didn't think it would go so meta. I thought that would be the vehicle of explaining how we could remember, not go so far as to make the characters within the game realize they're within a game. Is that where we're going with this? Isn't that similar to IMA? In the way people's memories get reset every day?
So it is every day that people's memories get reset. But we've met multiple people that, or at least you guys have been laboring on the assumption that people's memories get reset whenever they stop paying attention to us. Pick a lane, like it... Fuck me. Are these characters just, like, really dense?
Our enemy, who claimed we knew too much, disappeared the moment he received critical damage.
Is this all some big simulation? Are we... Are we in some kind of simulation? Not really an ooh-woo moment, but thanks nonetheless.
The people we talked to yesterday speak to us today as if they've never met us before. Of the group, you and I are probably the most used to that happening in our daily lives.
Wait. Hold on. Whoa, wait. I think I know where this is going, but that's...
Yeah, we can't be certain yet, though. For the entire night, I thought about it. The idea was too crazy, but it had to be explored. If I was going to test it,
Is there anything I can do?
thanks. I knew you'd say that. I'll message you tomorrow. The solution. I didn't think I could sleep. But once my doubts turned into conviction, I turned off like a light. When I woke up, I felt completely refreshed. First, I looked at my phone and checked the date on the calendar. Today, it was the 21st of July, 7:45 a.m. I opened my address book and made a phone call. I was sure she would be awake. If my theory was right, this phone call would be ignored. But
Morning, dear.
I was wrong. She picked up immediately. Morning, Mum.
What's the matter? You sound down.
It's nothing. Since we didn't know when or how IMA spread, we couldn't make contact with people we cared about. That's what Bertha's Nice decided in spring. So, once I called Mum, I knew that she was alright and that she remembered me. I hadn't called her since. I knew my parents were easygoing, but come to think of it, that meant they hadn't called me for 2 months either. That's kind of sad. Wait, I had better things to think of now. If Mum had taken the phone, that meant something was up. But that shouldn't be, if I was really talking to Mum. If Mum had taken the phone, that meant something was up. What the fuck was that supposed to be? Clearly it's been mangled by translation, because what does if Mum had taken the phone mean? But that shouldn't be if I was really talking to my mum. I don't know, I don't understand either of those sentences. How should I ask my question? Thoughts ran through my head when she said,
Hey, did something happen to you? It's strange that we've called 2 days in a row. Are you homesick?
2 days in a row? Did you say 2 days? Did I call you yesterday?
What are you saying? You're the one that called me. Mum isn't that forgetful.
Oh, Mum calls herself Mum. Why would Mum call herself Mum? Why would she not just say, I'm not that forgetful? This really isn't what I expected. This meant I was the one that was acting strange.
Yeah, what does this mean? So IMA, is time moving differently outside of IMA? Are we in some kind of accelerated bubble of time? People cross the border, that doesn't make sense.
Was my memory affected too? No, nothing was wrong. It was unexpected, but this still proved my theory right. Before I solidified my conclusion, however, I had to try something else. Sorry, Mum. I'm going to hang up now.
Maybe mums in Japan refer to themselves in the third person? Maybe, but it doesn't explain why you would translate it like that.
Other than, like, you really wanted to maintain the specific way they spoke in the original, like, Japanese visual novel, but this is a visual novel. I don't think it's that important to maintain the integrity of the sentence. I think readability and being natural is more important to the idea of the game. Like, no, I think you're right, Bruxus. I think you're probably right as to that's what happened, but it's still a very awkward way to translate. Sorry, Mum. I'm gonna hang up now.
Oh, wait, you...
I hung up. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, I checked the history on my phone. The last time I had called her was the 15th of May. Since then, I hadn't called her. Not even once until the 21st of July.
I don't know if it's machine translated. I just think it's just someone not paying much attention or not caring that much. You gotta remember... Translators, like, you know... A good translator, obviously, is paid well, but... This doesn't seem to be that high of a budget game. And then you're translating, which means you're probably going to be seeing less of a... even less of a market than what you get in your natural language. So you're going to want to have a reduced budget for that. And then you've got to remember, they basically receive like the entire script and they have to translate that. And it's all like, it's not like over
days and stuff. You know, this is gonna be like an 8-hour day of just translating this one game, basically. So if they had the time and money, maybe that line could have been translated well, but whoever was doing it was just like, fuck it, that's close enough, rather than actually thinking about how natural that sounds. Since then, I hadn't called her, not even once till the 21st of July. There was a public phone nearby the dorms, but I didn't use it. I double-checked my history, and then called her again.
What's the matter?
Mom, can you tell me what date is today?
You're a funny one, you know. Did you forget how to read the calendar? It's
I swallowed, tensing. My theory was right.
the 16th of May today.
Bingo. I broke out in a smile. My time and Mum's time were running differently.
I really hear my accent come out. Oh, we got the achievement unlocked first evidence.
Number 1.
I really hear my accent come out when I say mum.
Like, I do that shortened, like, that O doesn't come out at all the American way.
How do you guys say it? It's like mom? 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 How do you say mom?
I say mum.
It's very short. I'm like, oh, I hear it every single time I say the word. I'm like, oh, that's gonna sound weird to them.
After confirming the first piece of evidence to my theory by calling Mum, I head toward the Okoshi Community Center. I don't know the Okoshi Community Center, but this music's upbeat.
We're large and in charge. We're sorting things out. We're getting bits of evidence left and right. Let's sort this problem.
I had to meet a certain person here to collect my second piece of evidence. Fumo was collecting the third piece right now. But how should I talk to him? I stared at the signboard that read, Yurinoki Kindergarten. Oh, is this going to be the kid? Even though I could be forgotten tomorrow, it wasn't a good idea for a grown man to walk into a place like this without an appointment. Yep, bad idea.
Mom.
I mean, I'm glad that Yuta has the foresight to realize that you can't just walk into a kindergarten. It was a very small problem compared to what we were facing right now, but I never thought I would hesitate here. But then...
Hey, Yuta! Hey!
I was saved by an invitation hollered from the playground. Hi, you remember me? I smiled, and Takuma-kun nodded proudly.
Yeah, I promised I would. Of course I remember.
I wanted to rejoice in our reunion, decided it was better to do what I came here for before I was sent away by someone in authority. Oh god, Yuta. This game makes me so nervous sometimes.
Okay, Yuta, what are you going to do with this young boy?
Takuma-kun, can I ask if you own a mobile phone? Smartphone or a flip phone? Anything is fine.
Okay, now it's gonna sound like you're offering to give him a free phone or something.
Yuta, really, where are you going with this?
Huh? What are you saying, Yuta? Of course I don't.
Oh!
Aika. Blonde girl. In Cigarette Coco. She remembered us when we had her phone. We held on to her phone for a week, and she remembered us that entire week. Once we gave it back, she forgot us. It's something to do with the phones. What?
I don't know if you can hear that, but there's a helicopter flying overhead, which out here in a rural area is not a good noise. It means that someone's been badly hurt enough that they need to be airlifted out to a major hospital rather than the local regional one. It'll be the RAC helicopter coming in. Probably means that there's been a car crash somewhere. You know, which happens on these country roads. Yeah, comes down real low over the town, and then lands in our oval. Is where they land. There's no helipad at the hospital for them. They have to land at the local oval. Is like a football field, but you know it's oval shaped because for Australian rules football. And they land there, and that's where they get transferred into the helicopter. So yeah, it's a big deal whenever the helicopter comes over. Yeah, I thought so. All right, that was my second piece of evidence right there.
Mom and Dad don't lend me their phones to play with. I bet they have a lot of games inside. It's so unfair. No, Utah. Utah, don't sound like you're enticing children with your phone. Go away. This child is a stranger to you. Go away. Please move on.
Really? Yay! You look happy too, Yuta. Why?
Because I got to see... Utah! Takuma-kun looked surprised for a moment, and then he scratched his cheek shyly with a smile.
Oh, hello there. Is he your friend, Takuma-kun?
Yeah!
The kindergarten teacher gave me a small nod, so I nodded back. See you again, Takuma-kun. Teacher, strange man talking to a child. You know that that's not their parent. He's at college age, so he doesn't look like he'd be a parent. Don't like chase off any person you see talking to the children like that. You know? Make a note. Don't give them a small nod. Glare at them. Oh, better yet, just fucking call the cops. Okay? See you again, Takuma-kun.
Come again, Yuta.
I nodded and waved at Takuma-kun. Okay, second evidence unlocked. I pondered on the two pieces of evidence as I walked towards the Hirasuna Community Center. My phone buzzed.
Also, how did we figure out... maybe we asked at the end of when we returned the kid. I don't remember. How we figured out which elementary that kid... kindergarten, rather, that kid went to. I pondered on the two pieces of evidence as I walked toward the Hirasuna Community Center. My phone buzzed. That was fast. It was a short message from Fuma. I couldn't go to Akihabara. Akibahara. Why am I suddenly... I've read this name so many times before, and I've heard it pronounced, and yet suddenly it's alien to me. I couldn't go to Akihabara. And now I had the third piece of evidence to back up my theory. Okay, we got the third evidence achievement already. They could have probably wrapped all of that into one achievement, if you're going to put them back to back like that. I've got spare time on my hands. I didn't think I would see Takuma-kun before Fuma came back. I had to wait for him before I explained everything to everybody. Now, what should I do? Fuma's running an errand for me right now. I shouldn't go off and have fun. I'll just go buy something at the store and eat it while I wait for him. I hadn't eaten anything since the morning. Realizing that caused my stomach to grumble. I went to the convenience store and brought some bread and milk. Then I headed towards Tsukuba Station, where I was supposed to meet him. Of course, we can't afford to take any photos of stores or anything. We're just gonna pretend that we're closing our eyes while we do all of this. Fuma didn't return, even after I'd finished my meal. I sat on the bench in the station and waited in a daze. Thinking back, it was strange how Fuma and I met. If he hadn't found me among the crowd and called out to me then, we probably wouldn't have been friends. If he hadn't called out to me, I could have been alone to deal with IMA. Or maybe I would have forgotten about everyone in Bertha's Nights and would be obsessing over the Laplace app right now. I should be thankful to him. I'd never forget how he reached out to me that day. You guys reached out to each other because you each thought that you were cute girls on Twitter. I don't... Where? I guess Fuma did kind of break the ice. After he realized that the cute girl wasn't going to show up. He's late. I watched the people leaving the gates, searching for Fuma. Nico. Who's Nico? I almost gave up waiting for him.
Hey, Yuta!
Fuma finally appeared, waving at me from behind the gates. He was so loud. But now that he was back, there would be more information, like how far he was able to travel, and what it was like outside. I'd have to tell him everything at some point. What the fuck does that mean? Selinuntius you'd have to tell Morius everything at some point. Now, what this is in Japanese, sometimes you write little, what is it, katakana above kanji to show how it's supposed to be read. And you can also use that to, like, for pronouns and stuff like that to be, like, who that's referring to. So the game's obviously kind of preserved that way of doing it, because how else would you kind of do that other than maybe, like, putting it in brackets? But who the fuck is Selenantius and Morius? Are those people? Hang on, maybe let's go to, who is Selenantius? Oh, it's a reference to Run Melos. That's by Osamu Dazai. Ah, okay. It's an illusion that Japanese people would get immediately, because Run Melos is like one of those books that you get assigned to in like elementary school. I think that it is Run Melos. I think that's more elementary school. Most of Osamu Dazai's stuff would be like more high school, but he's a very famous writer who I've read some of Osamu Dazai's stuff, but never Run Melos. But it would be one that's like instantly recognizable, those names. He could punch me later if he wanted to, but now IMA was coming to an end, and we had gathered enough evidence. Uma took out his pass case to press his electronic ticket on the gate. But yeah, I do recommend Osamu Dazai's No Longer Human, if you feel like it. If you feel like reading some classic Japanese literature. It's semi-autobiographical. And Osamu Dazai actually ended his life before it was fully published. And some have considered it to be like basically an extended kind of suicide note. Although it wasn't the first time he tried to end his life before, so it's hard to know what his intentions were. Yeah, very interesting man. I believe, what's his face? Junji Ito recently did like a manga of No Longer Human. But I wouldn't know how faithful that is to the story, because I mean, Osamu Dazai, it seemed to be like a horror thing, and like that's not what No Longer Human is about. It's about, I mean, the more accurate title translation for No Longer Human would be Disqualified from Being Human, and it's about how the main character, the kind of Osamu Dazai self-insert, feels like he doesn't fit in with other people, like how he feels like he is unable to be human. And, you know, his experiences through life dealing with that. But yeah, Run Melos is more the one that gets assigned to children. It's the one more appropriate for children. I guess I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't compare him to any kind of Western writer. But yeah, and froze. Not enough credit, maybe. But then I realized something was wrong. It wasn't just Fuma that froze on that spot. Everyone around him, even the electronic clock above, had stopped. The world was engulfed in silence. Oh no! I hurried outside, but was met with the bright caution tape, spelling, "Keep out." The tape circled the area like a barrier. I had nowhere to run. The tape looked as if it was pasted on air. It created a yellow web, solid as iron, keeping me from going anywhere. Really weird. This leads more into the idea that it's a video game. Right? Like it's pasted on air and it's solid as iron? Shit! Fuma, can you hear me? Fuma! I shouted desperately, but Fuma remained frozen by the gates. I had theorized this could happen in this world, but I didn't think it would happen, not at this time and moment. I had a pretty good idea what had angered our enemy. But this night went aloud outside Tsukuba grounds. We shouldn't have used our mobile phones to contact one another. Those devices were already hacked by the person who trapped us inside. Fuma didn't know Takuma-kun, so I had asked him to investigate the TX. Maybe I should have done that instead. Had I moved too quickly? No. I hadn't told anybody what I had realized yet. I had to get out of here and tell them what IMA and Laplace really was. What you're doing is useless. A metallic voice spoke out to me while I pounded my fists against the caution tape. I turned around to see the silver-haired girl I had seen ages before. You weren't a dream after all. Everything began with you and ends with you, doesn't it?
That is not quite accurate, Yuta Kiriya. That day, you met Yonku Yukimaru, or should I say, you met Kog, who had activated her in emergency mode to get away from me. Who had activated her in emergency mode to get away from me. Who had activated her emergency mode. I don't think that in is supposed to be there. My name is Nico. I am borrowing Yonku Yukimaru's body and AI structure.
What are you saying?
Oh, and we got Laplace's demon. Wait, Laplace. Hang on, I want to Google something now. What is Laplace's demon? Is that a real thing? Ooh, it does come up with a thing. Laplace's demon was a notable published articulation of causal determinism on a scientific basis by Pierre-Simon Laplace in 1814. Interesting. So that's what we're dealing with.
What are you saying?
Think of me as a different personality from the girl you met in May, although we share the same body. That should suffice. I would have preferred to meet you with a different body to avoid confusion, but we didn't have enough money for the artwork. But my avatar in this world has been destroyed by Mitsuru Sanzenon. And this is my only choice.
You mean yesterday's? The man's cold but gentle face flashed across my mind.
Mitsuru Sanzenon.
Wait, so the man that got kicked was the host of this AI before? Okay, so the man who didn't get artwork is now inside this young girl. I don't know why I phrased it like that. Sounds awful. The man's cold but gentle face flashed across my mind.
Yes, so does the third time we meet, actually. In actuality, if destroyed objects are forcefully respawned, it could cause a diminishing in accuracy, you see. In this world, the H2 rocket has been fixed. Any other irregularities would have caused damage on an irreparable scale. You've caused enough trouble already.
Are you going to fix me then?
No. Now that you've come this far, there's no need for me to stick to Mizuki Shianbashi's rules. If I am victorious despite all these irregularities, Laplace's credibility will be further proved.
Mizuki Shianbashi. That was probably the same person as Mizuki-chan, who Kozuki-san talked about. But what rules?
If I tell you, that would break the game.
Game? Game? You stuck us in this world and toyed with us, and you call that a game?
And yet, the conclusion that you've come to is not far from the truth, is it, Yuta Kiriya? Tell me your answer. If you want to leave this place, you have no other choice.
This place, as in this station, or this world?
Whichever, if you answer correctly.
I didn't create my theory to present it to this thing. It was made to overthrow it, not entertain it. But, fine, I will. If I got fixed here, although I didn't know what that entailed, I was pretty sure it was nothing good. It would mean I wouldn't be able to return to the others. I had to do my best to raise my chances of survival, just to get back to everyone else. I faced Nico and began to present the conclusion I had come to. Everything is centered around Laplace. IMA was a byproduct.
And?
Laplace is an application that foresees the future, and it is done through sampling people's memories through their phones. The system is similar to induction. By compiling past memories, it estimates what happens in the future n+1 days later. And when it reads memories, Laplace excludes data that could possibly affect its accuracy to to preserve its reliability. Of course, that isn't possible just by using mobile phones, so there has to be a separate master machine assisting the system somewhere. I'm guessing the phones are used as a GPS system that tells the master where the people are and for identification. The perimeter marks the area the master machine is able to cover. Okay, I'm getting you. I'm following so far.
How did you figure that out?
When Aika-san lost her phone, she remembered me till I gave it back to her. Takuma-kun didn't forget me because he never owned a phone in the first place. His parents never lent him theirs either.
Then what about your group? You all own phones, but yet are able to retain your memories.
That's where we are an exception. I'm guessing that no matter what we key into Laplace, it would never get an accurate result. We won't know what grades Fumo will get, and we won't know when Kozuki-san will visit the botanical garden. That's why Laplace causes IMA. Nobody would try to foresee a future about something they don't remember about. If nobody asks, then there isn't a wrong answer. Omitting difficult questions is an effective method of raising accuracy rates. Okay, don't really follow the logic there, but I do understand the mechanics at least.
How are you sure that you are all the exceptions? Perhaps you were simply conceited to think so.
I think it was unexpected for you too, to have that application installed on our phones. You have an enemy other than us, and that enemy is our ally, who tried to help us by making us an exception. Nico didn't answer, but didn't deny it either. This is the part that's most unbelievable, yet the most inevitable. If Laplace is made to foresee the future, then it would be natural for the maker to use it to simulate how it would spread and affect the future, don't you think? That prediction would be nothing like guessing an individual event happening tomorrow. It would be a large calculation, affecting every living person within the affected area.
Affecting every person living within the affected area. Don't use affect twice in the same sentence.
If I were to borrow Kozuki-san's words, the world exists only from observation. The scenery, the people, the events, everything. Don't really connect that thought to what's happening, Yuta, but okay. Go off, King. Every single person observing this world shapes it, and our memories are records of how things are. You compounded all of that to create a fake world so you could simulate how Laplace would spread. This is all sort of coming out of left field.
I mean, I knew Laplace was involved somehow. The fact that Laplace, I knew Laplace was going to be bad and major and be involved with the people behind it all. I thought we were in a video game. I'm still not sure if we're in a video game or not. Maybe this is all real world. But Laplace is more powerful than I thought and able to control people's minds. And also create these weird barriers and stuff.
You meant Yuta coming to all these conclusions.
Well, you gotta remember, I guess at this point, Yuta's supposed to kind of have the same insights as we do, as the player. I think, because, he's supposed to have, repeated everything through multiple times until we get to this point. He's done the other routes and stuff, but only vaguely has those... I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to read too much into this. I'm giving the game too much credit, maybe. Process of elimination with the other theories, yeah. That's why things that have never been seen by the affected people within the perimeter cannot be made, like the inside of the H2 rocket. The further people move away from the border, the less resolution there is. Eventually, there is only fog that people cannot pass through. It sounds like we are in a simulation. We're in a simulation. This is fake. This is the simulation theory. Because, yeah, why else would there not be anything inside the rocket? Because it can only simulate what it can sample from other people's memories. That must be it.
That's probably what Fuma saw when he rode the Tsukuba Express and couldn't go any further. It would have been the same even if he used a bus or rode a bicycle. And we are probably the exceptions because we are not simulated people, but the real thing. We're in a simulation. So basically what I was saying about, yes, we're in a video game. This world is a simulation, a stage made to play out the possibilities of the future. To us, it's the end of July, but in the real world, not even 24 hours have passed. And you are probably the maker of Laplace, or the messenger. That's my theory. How accurate is that? I asked, confident I was right. Without Kurumi-san, Togi-san, and Kozuki-san's theories, I never would have come to this answer. Each of their thoughts acted as a guide to bring me to the truth. In honesty? In all honesty, I didn't want to believe that the past 2 months were fake, and it was all a simulation. But everyone in Bertha's Nights were real, and they were all real people that had got caught up in this simulated world like me. That was what kept me strong. Nico stayed silent for a while. They began to clap slowly and softly.
Congratulations. You only made 2 small errors in your analysis. But in all, that was a pass.
I let out a breath. I was confident I was right, but maybe somewhere I was hoping I was wrong.
Can you tell me
what I got wrong?
Firstly, I am not the maker of Laplace. I am Laplace itself.
Itself?
Yonku Yukimaru, a humanoid, found an abandoned AI in her database one day. Her sibling had never made it to completion. Failure during the development process. That is who I am.
Wait.
A humanoid found an abandoned AI in her data. Oh, so she was. You say humanoid. I think you mean android. Humanoid is just something in the shape of a human. Humans are humanoid. I think you mean android there. Something that never a failure during the development process. That is who I am. My dear, lonely sister decided to resurrect me, to hold a conversation with me. And after several tries, an idea struck her. She would use a different abandoned project to embed me a soul.
So robots believe in souls too.
Right. The abandoned project was called Laplace. It was made to sample humans, understand them, and estimate what movements they would do next. But why? It doesn't explain Takumo. How could you even sample? If this world is a simulation, why would you simulate something you couldn't sample? I don't understand. Oh, because the simulation is being run to test Laplace. It's not Laplace running the simulation. It's the opposite. Okay, yep, right. That makes sense. It was considered immoral to create a device that meddled with the human heart, but the project never came to fruition. The developer left the university in despair. Yonku Yukimaru combined me and Laplace and used our AI structure, KOG, to execute us. I gained intelligence, and now I have decided to devote myself to Laplace. Its technology isn't something to be hidden away, forgotten. I am going to release Laplace to the world the way Yukimaru Yonku awakened me. According to my simulation, I have come to the conclusion that even if there are a few irregularities, Laplace will be accepted in this current society. If I continue my calculations, the borders will continue to widen, and soon it will cover the entire country.
Nico had stayed expressionless all this time, but now looked ecstatic, unbefitting for her young face. Yep, look at that ecstatic face. She just looks completely overjoyed. What's my second mistake?
It's a very minor mistake, really. You believed that you 5 were the irregularities of this world, but in truth, it was only you. The other 4 are what I provided to assist you in your theory. What? None of our friends are real? Jesus Christ. That can't be true. Let's move on.
The moment I heard that, I felt darkness around me. You're lying.
You could believe that if you want. To you, everything is a lie anyway.
You're lying. You're lying. You're lying! I could only repeat myself. Everything I had believed was beginning to crumble away.
Look at your friend over there. The fact he is frozen is proof enough that he's part of my calculation. If I wanted to, I could even do this.
Nico said, and stretched a hand toward Fuma. No! I lunged forward at Nico, but my hands went straight through her.
Wow. That's some effect.
Bye, Fuma. And nothing of value was lost. And Fuma dissolved into a million pieces, like the fuzz of static noise. No.
I cannot understand you. Why are you sad? That is not your friend.
You wouldn't understand. You said you couldn't make drastic changes in this world.
And the AI decided to make him homophobic when you tried to make a move. What a jerk. Of course, no homo.
You said you couldn't make drastic changes in this world.
Yes, I couldn't, for accuracy. But now that you've found the truth, there is no need for me to maintain this simulated world anymore. It doesn't matter any longer.
You tricked me!
How did I trick you? I only promised you that I would let you go if you gave me the correct answer. If you had expected anything other than that, then you were foolish.
Only anime girls, no room in this for anyone else. Exactly.
You may not believe me when I say this, but I do not have bad intentions for you. In fact, I would like you to be my ally, from the bottom of my heart.
Well, you just dissolved Fuma, so I guess that puts us on our good side. You know, we can be friends.
It was a coincidence that you met Yonku Yukimaru and were deleted from the database of samples. You then became her champion, sent to stop my plan. I took over Yonku Yukimaru's body and was able to disconnect you, removing you from my simulation. But then, Mizuki Shianbashi was watching. She appeared and said to me, "What good is it to simulate something safely by removing irregularities that could pose as potential threats? I would never do that. That boy exists in the real world, and yet he is not in your simulated world? That's pointless. Why not take in Yonku Yukimaru's champion and make a complete simulation instead? If he figures out Laplace on his own, and yet still chooses to depend on Laplace, then it would be proof that Laplace is a true prophecy with predictions worth believing, even to its enemy. I wouldn't be interested in your system unless it was capable of that." Mizuki Shianbashi is a good point. I decided I would try it out. This world, created by the mainframe, is much more detailed and thorough compared to the simulations used for individuals. After calculations, I, the mainframe, concluded that it was possible to predict the future, including irregularities like you.
Didn't you think I would refuse to obey you if you came out and explained your motives? I was going to, but she said,
No. I believe you would do exactly as I predict you will.
"Why?"
You have two choices, now that you have won your own game. The first is to return to your original world and try to stop me.
Of course I'd do that.
The second is to have me erase your memory before you return to your daily life. I believe you will take this choice. You will start your investigation of Laplace and IMA again, but gradually get absorbed into it. Of course you would. If you have already lost before, the second time round, you will simply do as predicted. And yet, I believe you will take this choice.
I won't. My memories with Fuma, Kurumi-san, Togi-san, and Kozuki-san are mine. I'll never let you take that away from me. I won't forget. I yelled, but Nico asked a question simply.
even if your memories are all simulated? Think about it carefully, Yuta Kiriha. Sorry about that. Water went down the wrong way. Just give me a second. Actually, I'm gonna have to take another quick break. I'll be back in just a second. Okay, I'm back. Had to have a good cough to get that water out of my lungs. Okay, back to the game. Where were we? Think about it carefully, Yuta Kiriha. If you deny Laplace, that would be the same as acknowledging your memories are fake. But if you decide to accept Laplace, it would mean that you will meet your friends again, and you will get to know them again, just the way you remember them now. That is the future Laplace promises. Now choose, Yuta Kiriha. It is a choice you have won for yourself. Will you forget everything and return to your friends? Or will you choose an uncertain future and fight me? What's it gonna be, Yuta? What's it gonna be? Is this supposed to be a hard choice? Oh, okay, Roxas. What would you pick? Are we supposed to see everyone again? Or are we gonna reject that place? Which would you pick? What is the... You'd reject it? Yeah. That's what I'm leaning towards too. I don't see why... Like, yes, we'll see everyone again, but it'll still be fake, right? Like, it wipes our memories and we go back to doing this again and again, right? Yeah. I have no need for a manipulated future. Forget me not. I'm sorry, everyone. I guess I won't be coming back to you at all. You'll always have the memories. They are effectively real to you. Yeah. I promised I'd never forget, didn't I? That was a promise I had to keep, even if it meant I wouldn't see them anymore. It didn't matter even if it was simulated. It was a promise that I made, that I decided to keep. I was the one in charge of my own future. I know that this is supposed to be, like, a sad moment and stuff, but I just realized that means that the computer made up the whole vampire thing. The whole sexually transmitted genetic vampire thing was something the computer simulated to help us? Like the fact that... The other one seems like a perpetual hell. Yeah. Yeah, there's also... Yeah, like, there's some good stuff, but there's also, like, uncertainty. And also the fact that, like, our sister forgets us. And that seems fucked up to pick that. That seemed to really fuck us up at the beginning, so... Like, our sister was, like, everything we... She was, like, our role model as well. But yeah, why did the... So... The computer decided to make Fuma homophobic. And decided to make Togi into a sexual vampire. Yeah, we need to destroy this AI. This is this bad AI. We can't let this thing out into the real world. Who knows what the fuck it's gonna do? It didn't matter, even if it was simulated. That was a promise I made, that I decided to keep. I was the one in charge of my own future. Then... I'm taking all my memories back with me, including the truth, and I will never accept you. How are we in the simulation? I don't know.
they plugged it into our brain or something. I don't know.
Very well. You don't seem affected.
Sorry, you don't seem affected.
I'm not. Your choice does not confirm that I have lost. Laplace is not something that predicts the way particles move in the air, contrary to what its namesake suggests.
VR chat, yes, exactly. That's it. This is why we need to shut down VR chat. With its sexual vampires and its homophobic best friends. Contrary to what its namesake suggests. As long as the final conclusion is correct, it does not matter what the process is, Nico said with conviction.
Now, how about I return you to reality the way you came here?
Overrun with anime waifus, exactly. Goddamn VR chat with its sexual vampires and its boob belts and fupa sweaters. I don't know how you do it. Just hurry up.
So cold. I would like to touch your head, but you are too tall for me. Please kneel so I can reach.
You can bend this world to suit your purpose, can't you? I don't need to do as you say.
That's not cute,
Nico said, and jumped lightly on her toes. A swarm of yellow caution tapes swelled beneath her feet, creating a makeshift stool for her to stand on. We'll just describe it. We couldn't possibly draw something as complicated as that. Nico stretched her hand toward my forehead.
This will hurt a little. Heart.
There, star. Fireworks exploded in my head. The light was blinding. I opened my eyes slowly and found myself on the sofa of the Hiroshima Community Center. I could see Nico was talking to me, but I couldn't hear her muffled voice. It looked as if she noticed something, and she reached out toward my ears and pulled something out. It looked like an earphone at first, but there was a nozzle stuck to it that was long enough for me to hope the entire thing didn't go inside. I clapped my hands on my ears to check if they worked. Then, I pulled out my phone. 16th of May. It was 2:45 p.m.
Good morning, Yuta Kiriha. How do you feel now that you have returned?
Terrible. I didn't want to see your face the moment I woke up. This is the real world, isn't it?
Does that mean anything that you asked? How would you prove that the previous world you were in wasn't the real one?
Stop the Zen questions. It's tiring for someone that just woke up.
You don't have much time to lose. You have a motive now. You try your best to resist me. Now, I will sit back and watch you despair. In the end, I know you will choose Laplace after all.
You wish. I will never bend to your will. I stood up from the sofa and stretched.
Take this.
She threw a small key with a chain attached. I caught it. What is it?
Just a gift. If you are going to deny me, you will need it. Now, I will leave you to yourself. The only thing I can do now is watch how the game unfolds. I don't have much authority in this world, after all. If you have questions, you are free to ask, although I cannot promise I will answer them.
I knew which steps to take first if I was going to go against Laplace. But when I took out my phone so I could contact everyone for their help, I suddenly realized what I had just lost. Kozuki-san, Togi-san, and Kurumi-san weren't in my address book. Where is he now? The only person left was Fuma, but he didn't pick up when I called. So I'm alone. Wait, so Fuma's real? I didn't realize how lonely I felt. I could feel the tears well up in my eyes. Don't cry. Maybe Kozuki-san, Togi-san, and Kurumi-san don't remember me, but they exist here, in this world. I'll just get rid of Laplace and IMA, and go see them after that. We can still be friends, even without IMA. I believe that. According to Nico, Laplace had begun sampling about a year ago. Since Nico couldn't move, other people had helped through the web. If that was the case, the assembling machine would be somewhere working right now. The first thing I had to do was find and destroy them. I was sure the machines would be in each corner of the perimeter. The shrines! They're in the shrines! I got on my bicycle and headed south. The place we found but never stepped into in May. Yasaka Shrine, south of the Kasuga campus. It was a small structure sitting by the forked road. I easily found what I was looking for. I crawled underneath the shrine, which sat on stilts. There, embedded in the ground, was a metal box with a keyhole. She buried this in sacred ground? Maybe she believes herself akin to God. But it's already broken? The box was open, and the device inside was broken to bits. Did Nico trick me, I wondered? Did I believe I had found the answer, but was being manipulated instead? I searched Yasaka Shrine for a while, but I couldn't find anything else. I can't be sure yet. I should check the other shrines. I was worried now, but at the same time, hopeful. Psyche Shrine. This was the last shrine we visited as Bertha's Knights. Togi-san refused to enter alone because she was afraid. I knew it was just a simulated memory that Laplace had shown. Maybe it never happened in reality, and never will. But still, I found myself smiling at the memory. I wondered why I didn't feel the loneliness I felt when I opened my address book back at Hirosuna. Instead, the memory pushed me forward as I stepped into the shrine. Same here. There was a metal box under the shrine, with broken bits inside. I tried pushing my key into the keyhole of the broken box. It fit, but it wouldn't turn. Maybe. The faint hope I felt began to grow. No, wait, it was too early to rejoice. Maybe I was being tricked, and I could be hurt later if I jumped to conclusions. I told myself to stay level-headed, but still, I found myself cycling towards the destination with all my might. I sped through the loop road heading north to Ichinoya Shrine. We talked about crows here. If I were my normal self, I would be tired out by now, but I wasn't even breathing hard. I crawled under the shrine to have a look. I knew it. The metal box was open here too. The insides were broken and my key didn't fit. Who's doing this? Who was it, going around before me, opening boxes that I couldn't and destroying the devices? Was it Fuma? Kurumi-san? Kozuki-san? Or was it Togi-san? At least, I knew I wasn't alone. Someone else was fighting this battle. I found tracks under the shrine. The person was working alone. Maybe this person wasn't too far from me, in terms of both time and space. Maybe I could catch up. The thought invigorated me, and I jumped on my bicycle without a second thought. It could be anyone, but I couldn't care less. I wanted to see who it was. I wanted to hear another voice. I prayed as I pedaled my way to Kumano Shrine. I leaped off my bicycle and didn't even bother parking it right. I ran into the shrine with wobbly knees. What? You mean you didn't get me a key, Fuma? I almost sobbed when I heard that familiar voice. I was angry. She started...
I was angry. She started saying stuff I couldn't understand, so I just stormed off. Fulkun, you idiot! Stupid! You don't have to call me stupid. If he doesn't have a key, there's no point getting angry over it. You just need to go back and get one. Or try break the box using a different method.
There was only one track back at the shrine, so I never thought of this possibility. It wasn't that the person was working alone. Everyone had gone to a different shrine at the same time to do the same thing. We were only apart for a moment. No, -2 months? Time didn't matter anymore. I just felt immensely happy to see them again, and it felt like ages since I saw them. I wanted to shout their names, but instead pushed down the urge and walked toward them quietly. Were you looking for this? I held out the key toward Fuma, who was grunting and groaning as he pulled out the metal box from the ground.
Sorry to break it when you're trying to act cool, Kiria-kun, but you've got snot all over your face.
Kozuki-san smiled as she turned my way. Oh. I quickly wiped it away with my sleeve.
You can!
Kurumi-san tackled me and I fell over. Ow!
Sorry, but...
She hugged me hard and began to cry. Oh no, You made Keian cry. Boy, bad boy, you. Or rather, you were so confident Yukun's gonna turn up, Keian-chan. But you're the one that's behaving as if you didn't believe he's here the most. Now you've stolen my role. Boo.
I can't imagine you crying all over someone, though, Togi-san.
Really? I may be putting in effort to push all my emotions down right now, you know.
I was worried too, Kiria-kun. You're always late.
I'm sorry. I scratched my cheek, smiling meekly. But why?
Ah, so you were told you were the only one experiencing the simulation too, huh?
Oh. It was a lie.
Interesting.
You mean you all got told the same thing?
We all saw a different simulation in a different place.
Kurumi-san stood up and wiped her tears away. She offered her hand to help. I took it and stood up.
When I woke up, I saw some professor named Yukimaru.
I met that nasty one. The one named Mitsuru.
And I saw Mizuki-chan. I met a silver-haired small girl. She was really pretty. Envy me much?
She was a child, Fuma. Fuma, what the fuck's wrong with you? Fuma. I'm gonna take you to the police now, okay? You got the same person as me, Fuma. That meant Fuma was probably asleep somewhere, too. But why did she lie?
Because it was the final test that all of Bertha's knights would reunite despite the odds.
We turned around to see a sharp-looking girl with glasses.
Mizuki-chan!
And
Hey, it's you!
Nico was by Mizuki's side.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all of you. There, that proves your prediction was wrong, and Laplace is faulty. You lose, number 2. No, Nico. Now give me back that body.
Bertha's knights would never reunite. At least one member would find out the truth and succumb to Laplace. That was the prediction Laplace had come to, after compounding every piece of data in the system. And it was the outcome that my victory depended on in this game. But now that has been proven wrong, I have no choice but to accept I have lost. Before I disappear, tell me, Mizuki Shianbashi. You said you wanted to see a perfect prediction of the future, but you never believed in it, did you? You challenged me knowing I would lose. Somehow, you give me that impression.
Is that a prediction?
No, it is an observation. As an intelligent organism.
Now that you can't give me something in exchange, I don't need to provide you anything. But I'll tell you this, I'm a liar.
Is that so? I suppose I was never able to understand or see through a single human being like yourself. Nico said, as she smiled cynically to herself, and then, good night. I hope you never forget that I existed.
I won't. That's on me now.
Mizuki replied, then Nico closed her eyes and fell down slowly. Wow, we just watched an intelligent being die. And this woman acts like it's nothing. Mizuki stretched her arms out to catch her.
She's small, but she's so heavy. I'm not the physical sort.
Shall I help? Mitsuru-san appeared suddenly and asked,
Hey, Mitsuru-chan. Thanks. But is it all right? This may not be Nico anymore, but it's still your enemy, isn't it?
It's no fun being mean to a sleeping child, is it? I can't see her face contort in pain nor fear, can I? What the fuck, Mitsuru? The best thing I can do is carry her back somewhere safe. The way someone stores dessert in a fridge so they can enjoy it later. They can enjoy it cold later, right? Again, this is the child. You enjoy seeing children in pain? What the fuck is... I'm taking you all to the police. Fuck it, I'll turn myself in. This fucking game is fucked.
Haha, I love the way you think.
Mitsuru-san carried Nico's body on her back, and the two left Kumanu's shrine.
What in the world were those two about?
Was it the fact that they kidnapped us like over like a day in the real world and like held our minds prisoner for months on end? Like we're just gonna let them walk away? I feel like everyone should just be arrested.
I suppose they have a story of their own too, just like we do.
I guess we just got caught up in their problems. What a waste of time. Also, apparently STD vampires are also real. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we don't know for I don't know. but we can assume that Fuma's homophobic in real life.
It's not a waste of time. In fact, we gain more time. 2 months worth. Think of it. We've only just met, but we have 2 months worth of memories between us. That's wonderful.
If whatever we saw was similar during that time, I suppose Laplace's predictions weren't so far off after all.
But Nico was a perfectionist.
It's a bit of a shame. That was technology way before our time.
Fuma looked at the black box by his feet.
Maybe we could get really rich if we bring this to the right person.
Fuma-kun.
I was just kidding.
We haven't broken this box yet. Let's break it before someone like Fuma shows up. The key I brought fixed perfectly into the keyhole. We opened the lid and took out a square device.
If we break this, it's really the end, right? Wow, this is another moment to remember.
But how did you all break the insides of the other boxes? It wouldn't break just by stepping on it, would it? Huh? Of course, like this. Togi-san lifted up the empty metal box and... Hi-ya! Threw it on the device with all her might. With a loud crunch, the device began to spout black smoke. Well, it is definitely broken now. Is that her vampire super strength?
Wow, Togi-chan, you sure are powerful.
Mwah! Look at that. I'm a genius. Oh, oof. Now that I've used up all the power I've saved up for this moment, I feel faint. Oh, I'm going to pass out.
Too late to pretend now.
We laughed, and I finally felt at home.
Hey, Keian-chan has an idea. Let's go pay our respects again, at the shrine. We don't even know if a god existed in the simulated world. Let's do it.
And we get the same drawing as before. Oh yeah, they established each one of them destroyed their boxes on their own. Maybe it was just a demonstration of how they did it using the metal box. Although the others were still inside the boxes and were under the shrine still. Yeah, no, it doesn't quite make sense. I mean, one of them could have been Togi's, but both of the ones we found destroyed couldn't have been. We stood at Kumanu's shrine. We lined up the same we did before. That way we could reuse the image from earlier in the game. And clapped our hands together before the altar. We didn't need to discuss what we were going to pray for this time. Please let us stay together, friends forever. Earth's Knights Reunite is the achievement. Oh, and we're getting a song. I like that they do that fast montage of all the places as if like... I like that they give us a montage of these images as if they're worth seeing a second time around. As if they could stand on their own as things to look at. That was probably the most interesting thing, was the crater caused by the robot.
So was Aika-san real?
I guess so. I guess everyone was real. I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I don't care to try and disentangle what was real and what wasn't. It had some interesting ideas. Yeah, I mean, it was entertaining enough. I'm still disappointed we didn't get to unlock those choices at the beginning. I really felt that those were going to unlock somehow. Or join Aika's band. I don't remember seeing those posters up the top there, where there's like a topless man and like a red sun. But yeah, it's finally over. How long have we been playing this for now? Well, let's go to... I honestly, I almost can't believe that it's over. Okay, the first VOD of this went up 3 weeks ago. So not quite a month there for the VODs, but the VODs didn't come out until well after we were deep into the game. So it's definitely been over a month of us playing this game. Well, actually, let's count the parts that we've done. Because each part was a week, right? There are 5 VODs out currently. I think there's a 6th one that's waiting to go out. So is this part 7? Epilogue. Ooh, an epilogue. The next day. Yeah, I guess this is part 7. Part 6 is still waiting to go out. So yeah, almost 2 months of playing this game. Just shy of. More than a month and a half. You've got to go to sleep.
Well, Bruxus, you can go to sleep. You can watch the VOD later. Or you can stay and you can hardly keep your eyes open. Go to sleep, Bruxus. Go to sleep. It's just an epilogue. I'm sure nothing exciting and dramatic will happen in an epilogue of this game.
Hang on, let me try and rush it through it for you, maybe. The next day.
And now, we'll begin the first and last. Did IMA really end? Let's check it out, party. Yay! Just so you know, Kan-chan's environment is A-OK. I asked everyone I met, hey, do you remember me? So, I'm pretty sure they think I'm weird.
You were weird from the first place. Hirumi-san pouted at Fuma's remark. I'm A-OK too.
Toki-chan-san, I saw you come out from someone's dorm just now. Are you imposing on someone again?
Ah, my life as a parasite has safely returned.
I have a feeling Mayuzumi-san would have turned out a better person if IMA had been permanent. Just for the record, I'm okay too. I should be able to write my graduation paper fine. I'll be busy because of that for a while, but you guys can call me anytime, okay? I still want to see your faces.
Kozuki-san smiled, and we all nodded back.
How about you, Kiria-kun? Did you contact your sister?
I called her, and emailed her, but no reply. It's nothing strange, I suppose, since she has a tendency to ignore her phone when she's busy.
It must be worrisome nonetheless.
I'll see her at some point, if I hang around in Tsukuba, I'm sure. How about you, Fuma?
I've got one more place to go, but once that's done and over, I'm good.
Aha, you're gonna visit the Haru girl, right?
Tut tut tut. Nope, that's already fixed.
Then...
Huh. You can tag along and watch if you're curious.
We all followed Fuma, since he really looked like he wanted us to be there. We headed for the third cluster cafeteria. He's standing on a couch? Yeah, well, you get what you're given, Bruxus. He told us to watch from afar, but if it looked like he would get into trouble, he wanted us to jump in and help. So we all hid and watched him. What the fuck are you doing?
There you are. Hey, Mitsuru-san.
Mitsuru-san looked blatantly unhappy to see him. You wanted to meet her? Everyone must have thought the same thing, because we all made the same face.
Okay, this might turn dangerous.
Rukun, he's such a challenger.
Boy, pass me the tomato juice. I'm minding to throw it at some point. Does it have to be a can of tomato juice? How did you know I was here?
I heard from Haru. Haru heard from a senior in our club.
Mitsuru-san pressed her temples, as if she had a headache. So, what do you want?
Oh, Haru is in the same band as Aika?
Haru's band is recruiting new members. Mitsuru-san, you can play, can't you? Can you join the band?
Why should I?
Because you might act mean, but you aren't a bad person.
Mitsuru-san looked taken aback. I never knew she could look so surprised.
And where did you get that idea?
Because you saved Yuta.
I didn't save him. I was just pissed off at Nico, you know? Besides, that wasn't me. It was the simulated version of myself that did all of that.
Come on, please. I know there may have been many reasons, but think of it as another factor that would destroy the accuracy of Laplace.
Uma begged. Mitsuru-san sighed. You do have a point, maybe. It's annoying you have to have you dogging me around all the time. She took out her phone and made a phone call. Hey, Aika-chan, I've got something to say. Why don't you tell me to my face? Said a voice behind us. Aika-san.
Have we met before? Are you one of my fans?
Oh, that's right. Aika-san was. I felt a little sad, but then we had a connection now. If this Aika-san was the same Aika-san that I remembered, at some point we were bound to become friends. Don't follow your logic there, but okay.
Although, why was Aika riding around with the robot girl in the first place? She knows that that's a robot. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give real Aika a normal person voice instead of the cigarette voice I gave simulated Aika. Just because I don't think my voice could hold up to doing cigarette voice. Oh yeah, I'm recruiting band members now if you're interested. She stopped and looked around at our faces. No, wait, you guys look like you're already a team. I guess it would be rude of me to barge in and ask to join. Aika-san placed her hand on her chin and nodded. I'll make sure our band gets it together by the time the cultural festival starts. So some kids... Wow, really messed up the end of that sentence. So come see us live then. You guys get the front row seats, just because we met here. Okay, sure, why not? Let's not question it. Yes, please, we'll definitely go. We all agreed, and Aika-san gave us a friendly wave before walking to Mitsuru-san. As if exchanging places, Uma came back. His eyes looked far ahead behind us, though. That's a wonderful sentence. His eyes looked far ahead behind us, though. Uma? He grabbed hold of my shoulders and turned me around. He pointed towards a figure straight ahead. She was walking with a straight back and a confident stride. Ah, our one true love. There was no way I could mistake her. I raised my voice and yelled, Rina!
Yuta, what's the matter? Do you have something to discuss?
Yes, we ended up with our true love, our sister. Forget-me-not. The end. There you go. You can go to bed now, Roxas. You can go collapse. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. It has been one wild ride. Almost 2 months of playing this game, and we finally finished it. There's some achievements I want to get that we'll do next week. Thank BZD for showing up and lurking.
That PhD does me now,
Yes, exactly. That load of good that PhD does me now.
Thank you for that, bot.
Yeah, go to sleep, Roxas. We will play some more Campus Notes next week just to get some achievements, but that will probably be a short part of the stream next Saturday. And Devilbird didn't show up, so I'll talk to her during the week about whether I move this stream to maybe Sundays, I'm thinking now, because I'm not doing Monday streams anymore.
But yeah, I think we will do 4-hour streams for every stream now. Going forward. On Wednesday, we have some more All Dream Long, Flower Storm. Friday, we've got more Dead Space 2. And then Saturday, we've got some more Campus Notes. Hi, Dusk of Neela. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up. Let's go over to just chatting so I can stop listening to this music. Thank you. Love you too, Dusk of Neela. Let's see. Let's get our raid started. We're finally done here. What a stream. Wow, we almost went for 5 hours. This is the longest I've streamed for. I was only supposed to go for 4 hours. Well, theory, when I first started the stream, I thought I might only go for 3. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Oh, and we've got Lucretia on. Let's go over there. Done. Easy pick. Right then. Thank you everyone for showing up. Alright, we're headed. Raid's warming up. So yeah, thanks for Bruxus for sticking through most of this with me. Thanks BakesED and Dusk of Neela for showing up. Tracy, thanks for showing up for the first time. Thanks for the follow during it all. Oh, Princess, thanks to Princess for the raid. Thanks to Action Production and Pyrox the Dragon for coming in and following me. Especially thanks to Pyrox for having a good chat. Amber, thanks for showing up. Big Hattie was here at some point. Who else was around? Loads of people. Oh, Molly, thanks for showing up. You were there at the beginning of the stream. I don't know if you wandered off at some point, but thank you for showing up. And yeah, what a crazy ride it's been. I love you all. You are all my little humble bees. Stay safe out there. And I will see you all on Wednesday. Or failing that, I'll see you all on your own streams. Bye-bye now.